Hi, good morning, all of you, and I would like to welcome you all towards this AZ-900 session. Where we are going to talk about Microsoft Azure fundamentals in here. So let's get started now. But before starting, just a quick check to all of you. Please confirm, are you guys able to hear me loud and clear?
Yes,
Okay,
thank
so
you.
are you able to see my screen, which I'm sharing right away? That is a notepad.
Yes, Shivam, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, guys, for the confirmation. So let's get started here. So before starting with the session, let's just have some introductions to be started. So in here, let me start introducing myself. My name is Shivam Shukla. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer, currently working with GTechLearn Private Limited as a solution architect. I have overall 6+ years of experience in the IT industry. Initially, I started my career as a data analyst, where I was working with the Microsoft Excel technology as well as Microsoft Foxport technologies over there. Slowly and gradually, I upgraded myself and learned about a lot of things relatively from Microsoft domain itself. And right away, I'm able to deliver the trainings into the multiple domains of the Microsoft. That is relatively for the business applications, which we are having, either it is for Power Platform or it is for Dynamics 365, or else we can deliver the training towards the Microsoft project and the project server. Apart from this, I will be able to work with the Microsoft SharePoint server as well, whether it is my on-prem server or is it going to be a cloud-based server. Apart from this, I'm also able to deliver the training towards a data platform, over to which we are discussing about the working with the SQL database or the Cosmos DB or other things. Apart from this, I'm able to deliver the trainings to working with the Microsoft Azure services as well, where we are renting out the lots of different technologies with the Microsoft Azure in terms of working with the infrastructure side or the security side. And also I'm able to deliver a training towards the security platform of the Microsoft in here, where I'm delivering the trainings to the multiple courses as well, like SC series as well, the SC 100, 200, 300, 400, and the other ones. So that is all about the things relatively from my experience side. If I'll talk about my certifications, so I have overall 15+ certifications in the Microsoft domains, out of which some of them are presented in this screen as well. Right away, I'm certified with MCD from the last 4 years continuously. And right away in this course, we are mainly going to focus towards this first basics fundamentals certification of the Microsoft Azure in here. That is AZ-900. It's going to be a 1-star fundamental course. If I'll talk about the course introduction, that what are we going to learn inside this course itself in this 4 hours of training, what we are going to do. So this course will going to provide us a fundamental knowledge relatively for the cloud concept, where we are going to have a look what is the cloud computing, what different services are in the market present that are offering the cloud services, and how can we start utilizing the cloud services, and also some core concepts of the Azure cloud, because it's provided by the Microsoft itself. So it's a Microsoft Azure Cloud Services. Same way, we're going to talk about some different services we can opt and their benefits of working with the cloud services as well. In this course, we basically required an audience who would like to have some knowledge relatively for the IT industry, and they are working on a different domains, so that we can provide them the information that the same thing they are doing in the data centers, the same thing can be opted in the cloud, and they can start working remotely without having any kind of issues with the infrastructure side and so on. This is basically a 1-day course in an official statement that is going to be for 8 hours of training. But here in this session, we are going to cover all the course within the 4 hours of training itself. Most probably we're going to take a 10 minutes break in between this 4 hours of training. So we're going to decide it accordingly. Whenever you guys need a break, you can just ping me in the chat and I'll decide the break accordingly. It is also recommended that whatever the persons are joining this course must have some sort of IT background on their end. If you guys don't have the IT background, doesn't have to worry about that. We're going to start it from very basics and we're going to deliver the same thing as much as I can. in this 4 hours of training in here. If I'll talk about the course breakup, so inside this AZ-900 course, in an official statement, we are concluding this course to be delivered within the first 3 different modules. The module number 1 will totally going to discuss about the cloud concepts, where we are going to have a look about the cloud computing, services offered by the cloud computing, benefits of using the cloud computing, and the lots of other things. In the model number 2, we're going to discuss about Microsoft Azure services, where we are going to have a look that if Microsoft is offering its cloud services, which known as Microsoft Azure, to the companies, to the particular person as well. So what kind of architecture they are building in the backend, how they are going to secure your infra, how they are going to provide you the services which needs to be run in that remote basis on a internet services, and what different kind of services we can opt for the different types of solutions, like for storage services, for a containers thing, for a virtual machine services and the other things, and how can we start opting those services from the Azure portal, whether working with the GUI method, whether working with the CLI or bash method. In the module number 3, we're going to discuss about the Azure management and the governance technologies, that what kind of different tools Azure is presenting or the Microsoft is giving us in the Azure portal to manage my all the services which is running in the cloud, and also to how to govern those services, whether are they working fine, do we need to change anything in there, do we need any kind of other setup to be installed, or the security concerns to be checked. So these are the things which we are going to discuss in this 3 different modules of the course. If I'll talk about the certifications, so whenever you guys wanted to go for the certification of this AZ-900, so it is very well recommended that you guys can complete the labs of AZ-900 approximately for 2 or 3 times as much as you guys can, so that you can get a clear concepts of opting the services, that how the services are going to be installed or going to be configured, are going to be managed, and how to do a lots of tasks to be implemented, what options we can use at the time of implementation, and what options we are using in what manners, in what kind of different scenarios, so that you will get a proper concept in there. So whenever we are talking about learning with the certification thing, so from the very first module, which we are going to discuss about the cloud concept, from that module, you can get up to 30% of questions inside your examination. Same way, for another segment of this course called Azure Architecture and Services. From this area, you can expect up to 40% of questions inside your exam. And from the third domain, you can expect up to 35% of questions from here. So this is some sort of breakup that how much of questions can we expect from which of the area of this course in here. So that was something kind of a imaginary percentage that is not going to be the exact percentage in there. Most probably it will rely in between these percentage what we have written here. So that was something relatively for the certification area. When it comes about working with the labs technologies or doing the conceptual theories to working on the practical scenarios. So at that time, how can we start working on a practical scenario? So for that, Microsoft is providing a sandbox environment, which you guys can opt it on a free note without paying any kind of amount. And you can opt that sandbox, and then you can perform the labs or perform the exercises, whatever it is required to get the proper information about the topic and so on. So we're going to discuss about that area as well, that how can we go ahead and open the sandbox environment, how can we access the sandbox environment, and how can we start working with the sandbox environment. So that was the thing that we are having in the very first module called module 00. Now let's move ahead and get started with the first module, where we are going to have a look about the cloud computing concepts in there. So just give me a sec. I'm going to open the PowerPoint presentation for the same. Okay, so in this very first module of AZ-900, module name is Cloud Concepts. Under this, we are going to talk about the different concepts like what is cloud computing, what is a shared responsibility model layer, how many types of cloud models are available, what is capital versus optional costing when we are talking about working with the data centers as well as with the cloud, what is going to be the benefits for us for using the cloud services in the real-time area, and what different type of services are offering by the Microsoft Azure cloud to the different customers in terms of working with the different areas. So let's start with the cloud computing. So what is a cloud computing? Everyone will going to have a concepts in mind, a different kind of concepts that may be working in the internet services known as the cloud or maybe something like that. So there are going to be a multiple views. But if we are actually going to talk about the cloud computing, so cloud computing is nothing, it's just a method of delivering the computing services over to the internet for the rent basis is known as cloud computing, where you can opt it over to the internet for the better innovation, the better, faster innovation, flexible resources to be accessed from the different locations of the world. And also whenever you wanted to go for having the proper data setup to be scaled up and scaled down in any of the scenarios. So in this area, you can opt for the cloud computing services. Cloud services also going to be expand as a traditional ID offerings, including the things like IoT, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and lots of other things. Because the cloud computing is using the internet services to deliver these kind of services to the customer itself, so it doesn't have a to be constrained by the physical infrastructure the same way. Because whenever we are talking about our traditional data centers, what we are having in that area, we know that if we are working with our own data centers, so at that time we didn't require any kind of public internet to access those resources, because we are already having a private network over there, out of which using that private network we are opting our services and we are using them. But when it comes to the cloud services, because it's a public provider, so over there we need that specific public internet accessibility to be available to access this from anywhere in the world itself. Over there in the cloud computing, you can opt for the compute services on rent. That means you can opt for processors on rent, you can opt for RAM, you can opt for SSD, HDD, and the other things. Same way you can opt for the networking services as well. Networking services means virtual network, VPN services, firewall, application gateway, and the other different services as well. Apart from it, you can opt for the storage services, the storage solutions also. In the Microsoft Azure, we are offering a different sets of storage services like a storage account, containers, file services, as well as file shares, a storage explorer, and the other different storage services we are having. So these kind of services we can opt it. And the most effective thing is it will going to help us to minimize our cost of the infrastructure. Because whenever we are talking about working with any of the services, let's suppose I am saying that we are developing a web app, and after writing the code, we need a solution where I can host my web app so that the public can access that web app. So for hosting that web app, either I need to uh, install all the infrastructure on my side, so that I need to purchase the RAM, STD, HSD, and the other things. And then I need to purchase the LAN cable, the different router services, the switches, and the other things to create a whole network thing. And then I need a service provider who can help me to get my DNS query resolved and to allow me to go for the public internet usability as well. So we need a proper internet connections and the other things. So there are going to be a lots of things which we required at the time of hosting my web app on a normal note, if we are doing it all the things on by own. But when it comes that we have a proper code, and at that time I need to just publish that code onto a proper solutions which is already a built-in solutions offering by the different services. So over there, we are just purchasing their services and we are hosting our code. And the normal person can go ahead and utilize that web app on a proper internet services without having us a kind of a bearability of having the infrastructure on our side. So we don't have to purchase anything like the whatever the infra do we required. Everything is going to be managed by the cloud service provider. We are just paying him a rent, and only that much of rent how much we are using the services. Let's suppose I'll say that we are using the 2 virtual core of CPUs for hosting my web app on a starting node. So I just only have to pay the rent for 2 virtual CPUs. Same way, maybe after some time, we are consuming 4 processor, we are consuming 8 processor and 64 gig of RAM. So at the time, I just need to pay the rent amount for that much of sufficient services what we are consuming. However, in the infrastructure side, if we are purchasing the infra, so at that time, initially, let's suppose we have purchased 4 virtual CPUs and 16 gig of RAM. But after some time, when I saw that the traffic is increasing, so I need to increase my capacity also. So I again need to purchase another CPUs, extra CPUs, as well as the extra RAM, as well as the extra storage services, and lots of other things. So every time a specific traffic is going to be increased, we need to purchase the additional infra over there. So in the cloud computing, that kind of amount we didn't have to invest. We just only have to pay the rent and the service is ours. And we can start utilizing as much as we wanted. The same way we are going to increase the consumptions, we need to pay the amount higher. Same way, whenever we are going to have a proper consumption on a very low basis, we need to pay the lower rent at that time. So it's always going to be vary. If I'll talk about the shared responsibility model under that cloud computing, because we are using that cloud computing services, and every time we know, whenever we are planning to host the web app, every time we need a single thing from the local physical machine till the different services what we are offering to the customers. So we need all that services to be present so that my web app can run a very good way. Like I need a CPU, proper CPU services so that my processing couldn't be affected. Same way we need a proper RAM to be installed so that the speed couldn't be minimized. Also, we need a proper storage services so that all the data are going to be stored on a proper basis. So that we can have a backup and recovery things to be installed, another thing. So every work needs a different persons to manage a different way. Same way, whenever we are opting the cloud services, there are some concepts which need to be managed by the different persons. Like in this image, you can see we are having a multiple responsibilities. Like the first of all thing is information and data. So whenever we are using anything, whether it's a web app, whether we are hosting a container, whether we have created a server or the other thing, we always need our information to be present that could be delivered to the customer, as well as the data needs to be present against which the information can be delivered. Same way, we need to require the proper devices, that what kind of devices are we going to utilize. So whether are we going to use a proper server, is it going to be a web server, is it going to be a machine server, is it going to be a Windows server, Linux server, and other things. Then do we require any kind of accounts and identities? So yes, in the corporate world, we know that every time we are using the services, we are opting the services, we need to create an account. Like normally for the Outlook itself, if we wanted to use the email, we need to firstly create the Outlook account, and then after we can use the email services. So same way, we need to have that account or identities to be present so that we can actually refer the individual persons on an individual node, and then we can manage their security or the data privacy things. Same way, we do require a kind of a identity and directory infrastructure, which can help us to manage my identities itself. Other than that, what applications needs to be run in the backend for running the code, what we have deployed. Other things, what kind of networking should be available, whether it is going to be a open network that can be accessed by anyone, or are we going to secure our network using the multiple theoretical scenarios or the practical scenarios, like using the VPN, and we want to have a private end-to-end connections only. And so same way, what kind of operating system needs to be run in the backend, whether it should be my Windows Server 12, or it should be a Windows Server 2016, it should be a Windows Server 2019 or something, or maybe we are working with the Linux, so which kind of version of the Linux is running? Is it going to be a Ubuntu server? Is it going to be a RHEL server? Is it going to be a Linux server or the other things? So accordingly, we need to use it, and we need to have that proper operating system to be installed. Other than that, we need to have a responsibility of the physical host. Physical host means the physical server where everything is running, because until we don't have the physical server, we can't run anything. So that is also one thing that needs to be present. Also, the physical networking between the multiple servers to have a proper connectivity with the internet and the other things. And also the physical data center where these hosts can be placed or can be serviced or can be managed. So these are the different responsibilities area we need to handle at the time of working with the cloud services. So there are some services that always going to be responsible for the customers, and those ones are informations and data to be stored. This thing is always going to be managed by the customer. Same way, what kind of devices are they going to allow to access the services? Are they going to allow this web app only on the web laptops or the desktop? Are they going to allow that website to be accessed via mobile phone also, via tablet also? So they can manage these things on their own. That has to be managed by the customer. Same way, the accounts and the identities. Over there, they need to decide which account can access what kind of informations against which of the identity. So this is also a one thing. So the starting three things needs to be managed always by the customer, and the last three things like the physical host, physical network, and the physical data center is always going to be managed by the Microsoft in a brief overview. But when it comes about the other responsibilities type, so over there, it's always going to be varied depending upon what kind of services are we using. Are we using the software as a service, the SaaS platform? Are we using the platform as a service? Are we using the infrastructure as a service? Or are we working with the on-premises area? So using the different types of services, we need to decide that in that kind of service, this specific responsibility needs to be managed by the customer or needs to be managed by the provider. So here it's also written in the bottom that whatever it colors with the light blue is managed by Microsoft. Whatever is colored with the dark blue is managed by the customer. And whatever is shaded with both the colors is a shared responsibility. So when it comes about the on-premises, because it's an on-premises server, we have our own data centers. So everything needs to be managed by the customer itself, because the customer is going to be responsible for having the data center, having the physical network, having the physical server, having the proper setup to be run, having the proper operating system to be installed, proper applications needs to be run, proper runtime to be installed, proper codes to be run, proper data sharing to be enabled, and the other things. So everything is going to be managed by the customer. When we are saying that customer is using the infrastructure as a service, so in the infrastructure as a service, if you are renting the services from the cloud, so in that scenario, the physical three things like host, network, and a data center is managed by the Microsoft. Other than that, the rest of the model responsibility needs to be managed by the customer. Same way for the platform as a service, at the time, the operating system is also a responsibility of the provider, whatever the cloud provider is. Is it your Microsoft? Is it your AWS? Is it your GCP? They are going to manage the operating system. You can define which runtime you want, which code do you want to be run, and what kind of applications are going to be installed in there. That the things you can manage on your end. Other than that, you can manage the information and data, devices, accounts and identity, and so on. When it comes about the software as a service, so at that time, the customer needs to manage only the information and data, devices that can access that service. Other than that, the accounts and the identities. So over there, I'll say that what are the examples of this SaaS, PaaS, and IaaS? So whenever, if I'll give you the example from the Microsoft end, so Office 365 is an example. of working with the software as a service. Because in the Office 365, we are only saying the Microsoft that I want to use a Word. So they are offering me the Microsoft Word services on the cloud in the Office 365 package, and we are using it. However, that application is managed by the Microsoft. We are only opening that application, using that application, storing our data, and deciding who can access that data. If I'll talk about the example of the platform as a service, so in the Azure cloud, we are having a different services like web apps, containers, storage services. So these ones are the example of the platform as a services where the platform is built. We do have to decide what code needs to be run, what kind of application needs to be run, how that data is going to be governed, how that data is going to be shared, and the other things. In the infrastructure as a service side, we are deciding that we want that much of CPU, we want that much of RAM, we want this kind of SSD or SSD to be attached to my servers. So over there, that is the example of the infrastructure as a service, and we are calling the virtual machine a service in the Azure is an proper example of the infrastructure side. Okay, we received a question from Oliver here. Is it possible to register captions? Oliver, right away in this one, it is not possible, but maybe the video we are going to upload, you will be able to see the captions over there. Okay, so moving ahead, if I'll talk about the different types of cloud services we are having in the line in the Microsoft side. So we are having the different types of cloud models. The very first is the private. So what is a private cloud? In a different way, a private cloud could be known as a private data centers of all the companies. Let's suppose we are working with the IBM. For example, let me take my company's example. My company is called GTechLearn. So we are having our own data centers available into 3 different regions. So that physical data center, what we are having for us, it is a private cloud because we are not offering it for the public internet. We are using it on a private network. So it is fully managed by us, by our organization. Everything, whatever the issues are coming, we are managing it. We are resolving those issues. So that is an example of the private cloud. When it comes about the public cloud, so what is a public cloud? Public cloud is a service which can be accessed by any of the single user in the world. Let's suppose I'm a user and I wanted to use a Microsoft Azure cloud. It's a public offering. So I can go and register my account with the Azure and I can start using the Azure services, what they are providing. So it is known as a public cloud. It is going to be owned by a company, owned by an organization, but the normal person can also go and start working with these cloud services itself. The third one is talk about the hybrid cloud. So what is a hybrid cloud? So hybrid cloud is an example of a public and private mix up. The same way I'll tell you guys that GTech is opting the 3 different data centers in 3 different regions. So we are also offering the services of our data centers to be utilized by our students who is opting the course with us. We are providing them the infra to perform their labs, to complete their practical knowledge and to enhance their practical knowledge itself. So we are offering them the services also. So it is an example of the hybrid cloud because the same data center we are using it for ourselves, same way we are providing the services from the same data centers to the public itself who are registering with us. So it is an example of the hybrid cloud. We are using the both model. Same way in the hybrid cloud, we can also say that the organization who are working with the Azure cloud as well as the AWS, as well as the GCP, as well as the IBM and their own data center is also an example of the hybrid environment where they are working with the multiple cloud platform itself. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the comparisons between these 3 different cloud models. So when it comes with the public cloud, in the public cloud, no capital expenditures to be scaled up because every time in a public cloud, we need a more infra. We just need to give a request to the cloud service provider and they will increase my infra in the backend without making us pay for the new infra they have added. We just need to pay the rent the same way we are paying it normally. Other than that, in the public cloud, applications can be quickly provisioned and deprovisioned. So whenever we want a new application, we can directly provision that application. Whenever the work is done, we can delete this application. In the public cloud, organizations needs to pay for what they use. Let's suppose I'll say that I have created a web app. Web app is a platform as a service solution. I have created a plan where I'm saying I'm taking the 100 gig of storage for that app, and I'm using the 4 virtual CPUs to be present in that plan. So this is a plan where it's written that you will get the 4 virtual core of CPUs as well as the 100 gig of storage. Also, you will get a 10 gig of RAM. So this is a specific plan what I have opted. So they have that plan already created. I have selected that plan, and accordingly I have initialized my app. And for that much of infrastructure, I need to pay approximately of $100 in a month. For an example, not the exact amount it is actually, but for an example, I need to pay the $100 for 1 month. That means for 30 days. So I have provisioned my web app and started my using my web app itself. After 20 days, I'll say that my work is done and now I need to deprovision that app. So after 20 days, on the 21st day, I have deleted that web app what we have previously created. And because the amount which is presented that we need to pay the $100 for 30 days, it is going to be reduced based on the uses what we have done. That means because we have utilized it only for 20 days, so now I need to pay for 20 days of amount. The rest of the 10 days is going to be waiver because we haven't utilized it. And however, this amount is scheduled for 30 days of uses. So that's how the calculations is going to be done in the public cloud. If I talk about the private cloud, so in the private cloud, the very first thing we need to do is capital expenditure, where I need to purchase the hardware. Hardware could be anything, whether it comes with CPU, RAM, SSD, SDD, switches, routers, LAN cables, the other thing, physical servers, rack servers, and so everything, whatever we are going to purchase for making a full setup of my data center will come under the capital expenditure. So we need to purchase the hardware for the same. Also, organization will going to have a full control over the resources and the security because we are creating it. We are delivering the services to our own company. So I can decide each and everything, which person of my company can access which of the rack server and what service he can deploy or he cannot deploy. So I have the full control over it. Also, organizations are also going to be responsible for hardware maintenance. We know whenever we are using any kind of electrical appliances, is it going to be anything, we always need a kind of a maintenance to be done on a weekly, monthly, or yearly basis, depending upon the parts we are using. So for different parts, we have a different I'll say the life cycle accordingly, which we need to service it. So in the private cloud, everything needs to be managed by the customer. So they need to hire some persons also for on a regular basis to have a proper maintenance to be delivered at time. Because if we are not delivering the proper maintenance at time, most of the time in that situation will not be able to use the services as well. In the hybrid cloud, what is going to be done? In this one, it will provide the most flexibility. Most flexibility means, first of all, you can decide if we are using a web app, where to deploy, whether it is for my data center, is it for my Azure, is it for my AWS? So we can always decide where to deploy, what to use, and how the connection needs to be diverted. Over there, organizations can also define where to run an applications. It will also going to allow us to have a proper control over to the security of that app and the other services, over to the compliance requirement as well as the legal requirements. So we have the full capability or the full authorizations to manage all those things on our end. So these are the different comparisons between the different types of cloud services we are having. The same way, if I'll talk about the capital expenditure and the operational expenditure. So the capital expenditure means whatever the hardware we are purchasing at the starting is known as the capital expenditure, because we are purchasing a capital over there, we are installing it, we are using it. Operational expenditure means Once my setup is done, so for running the setup, whatever I need to pay, whether it is my electricity bill, whether it is my internet bill, whether it is my engineers, what I have placed for proper maintenance and so and same way at the time of maintenance is, do I need to replace a part of my servers and so that kind of expenditures will come under the operational expenditure. So in the private cloud we need to bear for both of them, but in the public cloud we don't have to bear all those things. Everything is going to be bear by the provider. You just need to pay the rent for the services you are utilizing. If I talk about the consumption-based model, so by default in the Azure or the other different service provider, there are going to be a different sets of way to utilize it. The very first is a consumption-based. Consumption-based means I purchase a subscription from the Microsoft Azure where I'm saying that they are going to give me the $100 of credit in my pass. And I'm going to utilize that $100 of pass for creating a multiple services. And I'm saying that Microsoft will going to charge me from that $100 what I have purchased from the Microsoft itself under my pass based on the service I'm creating and the service am I using for that how much of time. Let's suppose I have created a VM with the configuration where I would say I have the 8 gig of RAM as well as the 2 virtual core of CPUs. So if I'm running this VM with this configuration for the 24 hours, at that time I need to pay the $10 per day. It's just an example. Every time you will decide the configurations, the rate is going to be changed. So for an example, I'm saying for 24 hours, I need to pay the $10. But I haven't utilized this machine for 24 hours. Maybe after 8 hours, my shift is over and now I have shut down my machine. So because I have shut it down my machine, so I only need to pay the amount for 8 hours per day. So whatever the 8 hours amount will become based on this calculations, I need to pay that much of things on my end. So this is an example of the consumption based model. How much you are consuming, accordingly you need to pay. So that was something we are having depending upon the cloud concepts. Now, if I'll talk about the cloud benefits, so we are having a lots of different benefits while working with the public cloud environment. So the very first thing is, if I'll talk about the high availability. So if we are opting for public cloud, whether it is Microsoft Azure or something, so over there, they are saying that they will provide you the highly available infra in the whole time. For an example, they are providing the uh, promise that if you guys are working with the VM service, that is virtual machine service with the Microsoft itself, so they are saying that if we are using my VM with SSD premium storage services, I will give your machine to be up at 99.99% of time depending upon how much of time you are using. So let's suppose on a daily basis, you are using it for 24 hours. So out of 24 hours, they will saying that the machine is going to be continuously up for 23 hours and 59 minutes. So that kind of availability the Microsoft is offering. And for different kind of services, different kind of configuration you are opting, there are different kind of promises they have made. So Microsoft is saying that if you are using my Azure cloud, I'll provide you the high availability of your resources, whatever the resources you guys are having. Next thing is scalability. So what is a scalability? So it is also another major benefit of cloud computing, because every time we are opting a service, we know that sometimes we need a scalable feature to be available for web apps or like something, the different services where if my uh, I'll say incoming will going to be increased. If my traffic is going to be increased, still my machine should be capable of handling the extra workload also. So for that, we are placing the identical VMs on the data centers in that scenario. The same thing is available in the cloud also. In the cloud, you don't have to worry about anything. You just need to opt that feature. Based on the feature you are opting, accordingly, the scalability will going to be done. Is it going to be done on two bases? The very first is horizontal scaling. Second one is vertical scaling. In the horizontal scaling, what Microsoft will do, whenever our traffic is going to be increased, they will going to create the identical VM with the same configuration of your machine, your original machines, which is present in the cloud. And accordingly, they're going to start diverting the load to the next machine as well, so that all the requests could be processed within the given time period, within the given time limit. This is the first example of horizontal scaling. Vertical scaling means they will going to increase the internal infra of that machine. Maybe I have created a server where I have opted for 64 gig of RAM and uh, 20 virtual CPUs. But my load is now increases and I'm getting a more incoming at that time. So I need to increase my CPUs or increase my RAMs. So what Microsoft will do, Microsoft will going to attach an additional 28 gig of RAM or 18 gig of RAM, depending upon the traffic, what is coming. Accordingly, they will going to increase the internal infra of the machine. And accordingly, they will make sure that every request could be processed within the given time period. So this kind of scalability is present in the cloud services. Next thing, if I'll talk about, is predictability. So what is predictability? So predictability lets you move forward with confidence, so that can be focused on performance itself, where you can predict. Like Microsoft is providing a service where you can predict what kind of network, what kind of traffic could become. Based on that, how my machine is going to be react, and do we need a scalability features to be added, and so you can actually go and predict these kind of things on your own. You can also decide the rules itself, that if this thing happen, kindly give me an alert, and so that we can utilize another service in that same place. So over there you can have a proper predictability to be available. Also, you can start governing your machines in a very easy manner. Microsoft is providing a different sets of tools like Azure Monitor, Log Analytics, Network Watcher, and the other as well, which will help us to govern my network infra, govern my machines infra, the infrastructure side as well, in a very good manner. And accordingly, we can get the proper alert. Accordingly, we can utilize them in a very better way. Same way, we are having the elasticity to be present. So what is elasticity? Elasticity is also a type of a scalability itself, where whenever a load is going to be increased, your machine is going to increase their infra. And once your load is going to be on a smaller end, that means on going to be on decreasing node, your machine will going to be come up to its original position as well. So this is also a binding feature that will help you to just rely on the better costing thing. Like I'll say that if my machines are going to be increases or my infra is going to be increases, so I need to pay more rent. But in the elasticity feature, when the load is going to be decreased, your machine infra is also going to be decreased to its original state. So from that point onwards, you only need to pay the amount which you are opting, which you are consuming. So it is also a feature in here. Also, it will going to give you the reliability, because it will providing you the high availability, so you are properly reliable, that if you are uh, installing a service here, if you are hosting a service in the cloud, so it's cloud responsibility to run that service on a proper node. So it is a proper reliability to be present with the cloud services. Also, in the security manner, there are going to be a two different sets of security is going to be included with each other, where the first security is from the Microsoft end, what they are using. So they are going to secure their whole cloud infra. Accordingly, you will get a security. Other than that, you can also decide your own sets of rules and regulations with the security, that who can access your app, what kind of traffic could become, what kind of port needs to be opened, and the other things. So there are going to be a two-step of security to be present always with the different services. And also it will help you to provide a proper manageability area, where Microsoft is providing you the GUI method of Azure Cloud to be worked with, that is Azure Portal. Also, they'll provide you the CLI area to work with the code bases. They will provide you the infrastructure, also the PowerShell area as well, to work with the PowerShell scripts to be managed, and the other things. So these are going to be a different sets of benefits that are available in the cloud services whenever you guys are opting for the cloud. Moving forward at that, if I'll talk about the cloud service types, so over there, Just like the way we discuss in the shared responsibility model, we are having a different sets of cloud service types available. The very first is the infrastructure as a service. So what is that? Infrastructure as a service means where we are opting the infra on rent. Infra means about the physical data centers and the buildings to be present, about the networking and the firewalls, about the servers and the storage that needs to be created. So these three things are going to be managed by the cloud service provider. Other than that, what operating system needs to be installed, what runtime to be present, what application needs to be run, what kind of data to be present, what kind of data sharing to be present, what kind of public accessibility to be allowed or not. All the other things are going to be managed by you. You are only opting the infrastructure as a service where the physical things are managed by the provider. Other than that, everything is going to be managed by you. If I'll talk about the platform as a service, and if I'll talk about the example for this, so virtual machine is a very good example of infrastructure as a service. If I'll talk about the platform as a service, so here the operating system is also going to be managed by the provider as well as their runtime analytics, whatever it is present. These things are going to be managed by the Microsoft. Other than that, which application to be run, what data to be present, which accounts to be present, what devices needs to be allowed to access that web app, and so these things are going to be managed by customer itself. So here, all these five things are going to be managed by the provider. That means server and storage, network firewalls, physical data center security and building, operating systems, and the runtimes. So the best example for the platform as a service is, first of all, is a web app. Second one is a container instance. And the same way we are having the storage services, Azure Key Vault, and lots of different services we are having. If I'll talk about the software as a service, so the software as a service means where everything is managed by the provider. The customer needs to open the app, start using the app. He didn't have to do anything else. He will open the app, start using it. Once the work is done, he will close the app. So that is something which will come under the software as a service. So in the software as a service, physical data center is managed by the provider, networking thing managed by the provider, storage and services provided by the provider, operating system is deciding by the provider. They will decide what runtime to be installed. They will decide what applications needs to be hosted. You just need to go there and start working it. So these are the things managed by the provider. If I'll talk about the best example for software as a service, so the very first is Office 365, what we are having in the line. So this is the best example of working with the software as a service, because in Office 365, we will not be able to manage the app settings or app permissions. We can only manage the things that is related to the data security. Other than that, for the application changes, we need to give a request to the Microsoft and they will start doing that changes on their end. So that is an example of the software as a service. If I'll talk about the comparisons between all three different types of services we are having. So the very first is, if I'll talk about IaaS, so it is going to be a most flexible cloud service because everything can be managed by the customer apart from the physical manageability. So they can manage how much CPU they want, they can manage how much RAM they want, they can manage which application to be run, they can manage which runtime to be installed, they can manage which operating system to be run, what data to be installed, what sharing to be allowed, what accounts to be accessible, and other things. You can also configure and manage the hardware for your applications. That is the first cost. If I'll talk about the platform as a service, so basically it will focus on the development area. Whenever we wanted to develop an application, it will also give us a proper platform to be built to go ahead and run our code, whatever we have provided, and to start testing them. Software as a service will work on a model called pay as you go pricing. So how much app we are using, how for how much of time, accordingly we need to pay. Rest of the things managed by the Microsoft. So these are the different comparisons in between in there. So that was something what we are having in the very first module of this course called AZ-900. If you guys are having any kind of query relatively for the first module, you guys can go ahead and ask your queries here. Okay, so I guess everyone is good now, so we can proceed further with the next module. So let me start the PowerPoint presentation for the second module as well. Okay, so let's start with the module number 2, which we are having in line. In the module number 2, it is going to talk about the Azure architecture and the different Azure services. So in this one, we're first of all going to discuss about Azure architectural components in here, where we are going to have a look about the regions. What is a region? What is the availability zones? What is the subscriptions, resource groups, and so. Then in the second outline, we're going to talk about the compute and networking concept, where we are going to talk about the compute types Microsoft is offering in the cloud, application hosting services, virtual networking services, and so. Then we're going to focus on the storage area. In the storage area, we're going to talk about the different storage services that are available. We're going to talk about the different types of redundancy options, as well as we're going to talk about the file management and migration thing. Then in the last area, talking about identity access and security, we're going to discuss about the different kind of directory services that are available. We're going to talk about the authentication methods and the different security models that can be initialized in the cloud. So that was something we are going to discuss in this area. When it comes about the Azure account, so if I'll say that a person can will want to work with the Azure cloud services, so what different kind of accounts they can opt for? So there are 4 different types of accounts they can opt. The very first is the Azure account that can be opted by a company itself. So they can register with, they can partner with the Microsoft, they can offer their services, they can purchase the subscriptions, the plans, and then they can start using the Azure services. So that will come under the Azure account. Just like the way we are having our own Azure account available relatively for GTechLearn itself. So if I'll go to the portal.azure.com, that is the URL for accessing the Microsoft Azure portal. And here, if I'll go and log in with my corporate account, okay, let me go and have a text to be received. It's 260-655. Let me verify myself. So here's my account is open. So same way the account would be from corporate area. Other than that, you guys can go ahead and create a new fresh account on your end. So how to create a new fresh account? So for creating the new fresh account, open the browser, go for the same URL called portal.azure.com, and then click here called create a one. So you can go for creating a new account. Then it's going to ask you to provide the email ID. If you guys are having your email ID, whether it should be your Google's one or the other things, you can define that email ID in here, and accordingly, you can start creating your account. Most probably it will going to ask you to have a proper Outlook or a Hotmail account. So for getting a new Outlook or Hotmail account, what we need to do is we just need to click on this area called get a new email address. Click on this, specify your email address which you want. Let's suppose I want to have a proper email ID called Shivam AZ-900 for this course as well. And I wanted to make it on a outlook.com. So I'm using this account. Let me hit on the next button. Let me create the password now. Let me go and hit on the next button. And then I can start creating my own account itself. Okay. Okay. So the captcha is completed and now my account is ready to be utilized. So this is how you can start creating your own account on a free note. Right away, if you guys wanted to go ahead and start using the trial, so by default, Microsoft is offering a 1 year of trial account with 12 months of subscription, where you guys will get a $200 free credit for worth rupees $200 accordingly, where you can create the different services and utilize them, and you can start using them. For enabling that free trial, you just need to click on the start button here, and then you need to specify the button called start free, and then you can start making yourself sign up to this account, and based on that your account will be ready. So this is the one way of doing so. Other than that, if I'll come back, so you can have this free account that just the way we discussed. You can also go and have a free student account to be available. So the same way from here, you can start creating yourself a free account for the students. For different sets of work in progress, they will going to give you a different sets of uh, benefits itself. Like with the free credit, you will get a $200 for 30 days to use it. In addition to the free services, the different parts of the services we are having, the different kind of benefits is Microsoft is giving in here. So you can start creating your account accordingly. And the same way in the last, we will get a Microsoft Learn Sandbox to be available. So with the different sets of course, Microsoft is offering some sort of sandbox also. Let's suppose I'm saying that I wanted to go and work with the Microsoft Learn. You just need to remember this thing called Microsoft Learn, and then for whatever the course you guys wanted to get the sandbox to be present, just write it down that course code and hit on the enter. After hitting on the enter, you just need to go and utilize the first link, that is learn.microsoft.com, Microsoft certified certifications. And then on that page, you will find a way here to this self-paced area. Under the self-paced area, you will find a learning path to be available. In the learning path, whenever you will open that learning path for that course, under the learning paths, under the modules and the proper theoretical area, you will find the exercise button. Click on the exercise side, and then in the exercise area, you will find this option available to go ahead and start activating your sandbox. So using this account, you can start creating your sandbox. So for opening the sandbox area, just click on the sign in to activate sandbox in here. Then specify your detail of the account. I would like to go and log in with this account called Shivam AZ-900 @outlook.com. Let me provide the password for that account as well. I just need to make myself a proper setup. I would say my display name should be Shivam Shukla. Hit on the next. I can specify my country and region. I can hit on the next button again. Then you guys need to specify that what roles you guys are interested in to work with the Azure. So I would say I'm going with administrator, business user, data scientist, data engineer, app maker, developer. So you can decide your own specific services and the roles, whatever you guys wanted. Hit on the next button. You can define your level. I would say my level is intermediate right away. Let me hit on the next. Then you can decide the product you are interested on. So I would say I wanted to work with GitHub. I wanted to work with Office, Endpoint Manager, Defender, or I would say Visual Studio, Windows 365, Dynamics, Azure, and so. Let me hit on the next button and hit on the OK button. So you just need to go and set up your account. Once your account is going to be set it up, on the right hand side, you will find a area to work with your sandbox environment, and it is going to be a CLI mode. So you will get the instructions in here. on the left hand side, and the right hand side you will find the area to perform these instructions. So that's how the specific sandbox could be created. Once the sandbox is created, you just need to click on this button again called review permission. So just click on the review permission area and hit on the accept button so that your sandbox could be started. So let's wait till the time it's verifying my permission here. Okay, so now it's ready, and you can see that the time remaining for my sandbox is 59 minutes. On a daily basis, you guys can go ahead and enable this sandbox for the 10 times on a daily basis. So every time you will open a sandbox, you will get a 1 hour of time to perform the practicals in here. And this is your Azure Cloud Shell is opening. So that's how the specific sandbox could be present, and you can start using them for your practical knowledge. Okay, let me just do this thing as well. I'm going to decide my account to be signed up. For example, this is going to be my mobile number. Let me go and hit on the text me button, provide my organization name. I would like to go with this option. Okay, so it's my code called 54532. Let me go for verifying code. I agree. Let me hit on the next button. So this is the way when you wanted to activate your $200 of free credit. So you just need to go for hitting yourself a sign up page and just provide your details. Then it's going to ask you about the card payment details. Just put up those details and your account will be ready. Okay, let me try to provide the card details as well. If I'm having my card right away. Okay, sorry guys. So I don't have my card right now. So that's why I can't provide the card details in here. Once you will provide the card details, you just need to click on the sign up button here, and your 200 credit worth of credits will going to be delivered with your account, and you will be able to use your services. So this is how you can set up your free account in here in both ways, whether it comes with the sandbox area, whether it comes with the free credit area. Let me do one thing. I'm going to open my portal called Microsoft Azure Pass.com. So this is also a one way. Okay. So I'm going to activate one of the free passes. Sometimes you guys are going to attend the trainings where you will get some sort of free vouchers to be presented on a credit note. So for activating those free vouchers, you just need to come up to this website called microsoftazurepass.com. And to this area, you just need to go and make yourself log in with the account where you wanted to redeem that pass. After that, you just need to hit on this button called confirm promo code and then provide the promo code in here, whatever it is. So let's suppose I'm using one of the promo code on my account so that I can show you the examples how the services are going to be created and deleted. So I'm using this promo code right away. Let me hit on the submit button. Okay, it's expired. Okay, so here my promo code is working. So based on the promo code which I just redeemed, I will get $50 of credit on my account under the Azure Pass sponsorship. So let me just go ahead and do that. Let me go for I agree, hit on the sign up button. Once you click on the sign up button, it will going to get you the confirmations from the Microsoft end, and within the 5 minutes, your account would be ready. So this is how your account is going to be set it up. Till the time my account is going to be set it up, let's move ahead. So for creating a free Azure account, you can just follow the steps which I just shown you. You can go for exploring the sandbox area as well. So just like the way I discussed, you can go for activating your sandbox. First of all, your sandbox will always going to be presented on the PowerShell node. So you can use the PowerShell window. You can either go for Bash, you can either go for Azure interactive mode, or you can also navigate yourself with the portal based on the account. And for working with the different sections, there are different options available. So in this area, if I'll show you, so there's a link I can share you guys. Just give me a sec. Okay, so this is the link. Let me share this link to the chat box also, so that everyone could get this link on your end. And here your account will be open. So once you will able to access your sandbox environment in this area, it will going to show you that how can you navigate yourself to the PowerShell window of your machines, of your sandbox area. How can you go and navigate yourself to the bash shell? How can you go and start using your interactive mode itself? So for all of them, the commands are written here. For the PowerShell, you just need to click on, by default, it's going to open yourself a PowerShell window here, where you can just start using your Azure services. You can start managing them. When you wanted to use the bash CLI, just write it down the bash here. So I'm hitting the bash, and here my bash shell is going to be presented. So this is how you can start switching yourself to the different areas. So this link will going to help you in either way, whether to activate your sandbox environment, whether to define yourself that how can you navigate to the different areas of your CLI environment itself. Whenever it comes about the portal, so just log in with this URL called portal.azure.com. Let me share this link as well in the chat. So this is the link for your Azure portal to be accessed. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the next segment, Azure architectural component in here. So in this area, inside the Azure, there are multiple regions are available. So what is a region? Region is nothing, is just a kind of a geographical location. Like a way we are having the India is a location. We are having the US is a location. We are having the UK is a location. We are having the London is a location. Israel is a location. I'll say the lots of other countries as well, like Australia, New Zealand, Bahamas, and so. So every time, whenever it's going to identify a geographical area of the world, it will going to known as the region in the Azure. So Azure is offering its services into more than 60 plus regions. And in out of these 60 plus regions, they are covering outmost of 140 plus countries right now. So they are providing their services into more than 140 countries out of the world. So there are some countries is listed here as well, like it's for the US, here is for India. In this area here you can see it's for the central area, Europe, it's for Australia, it's here for Japan itself, It's here for China, for Korea, and the same way for Brazil, South Africa, and so. So there are different countries are listed already. You can also go and find the better information about the architectural components in here into a link. So I can give you the link for the same, the docs link, where you will find a better information about the full regions and the countries that are available to be presented. So you can go and use that link and you can have a look what regions are present right away, what countries are included in it in full detail. So regions are nothing, it's just a made up of one or more data centers in a close proximity. It will provide you the flexibility and scale up to reduce the customer latency. Latency means whenever we are using a service in the internet, so as near as we are, as fast we can access the resource. For an example, I'm saying that right now I'm located in India. I am saying that I have a data center in India for the GTechLearn. I'm going to create a VM in the GTechLearn India data center. Same way, I'm going to create another VM in GTech US data center. Same way for my third data center as well. And now I'm going to utilize all three virtual machines from my India location. That is my current location. So what I will get is I will be able to utilize the India's virtual machine on a free node without having any kind of problem to be accessibility. However, for the rest of the two VMs, maybe we have a strong connections. We don't have the much load to be available. So I will be able to use them as well frequently. But still, if I'll measure the latency, the measurement of how much of seconds we are wasting to access the resource, it will give me the better latency for India location because on a physical node, I am nearby this location. So the same way in the Azure itself, Microsoft is saying, whenever you guys are going to create a resource, always select the nearby regions of your physical location. Let's suppose if you guys in the UK, just select the UK Central North or UK Central East, depending upon your physical location, whatever your nearest region is available in the list. It will help you to have a proper lower latency rate to be available every time. It will also going to preserve the data residency with the comprehensive compliance offering. So for the different locations, there are different kind of data residency to be present, data governance rules to be present, data compliance rules to be present. So whatever the regions Azure is having, they have the proper setup to be presented already, depending upon the compliance things, security things, and the other things in there in the list. So in the region, everything is present already. If I'll talk about the second thing called availability zone. So what is an availability zone? Availability zone is a combination of a one or more data centers on a different region, on a different area in a proper locality. Like inside a region called India, I'm having three different availability zones presents. Let's suppose we are having the region called Central India, South India, and East India. In these three regions, we are having a different zones. Maybe in the Central India, I'm having a zone 1, zone 2, and zone 3. In the zone 1, I'm having the different data centers, maybe data center 1, data center 2, data center 3, and so. So let's take an example in a proper node. Let me open the whiteboard so that you guys will be able to utilize it. Okay, I guess. Just give me a sec, guys. Okay, so for an example, I'm saying that here's my location is available. Yep. So this is my full region. And this region is known, or maybe it's a single data center. In a single data center, I'm having a multiple servers available. Let's suppose this is my first rack, this is my second rack, this is my third rack, and this is my fourth rack. In each and every rack, I'm having the three servers to be present. This is my first server, this is my second server, and this is my third server. So this is my one data center I'm having, under which I have 12 servers to be present. Just for an example, whenever I'll talk about the combination of his data centers, it's known as the zone. So I'm saying I'm calling this one as a data center one, that is data one. The combination of his data one plus data two plus data three is going to be known as the zone. So here, the combination of these things is going to be known as the zones. And whenever I'll say the combination of the zones itself will going to be known as the region. So this is how the things are going to be divided in a technical term. So that's how the things are working. So every time we are creating a services, we are selecting a region. Out of that region, Microsoft is by default going to select the nearby zone to your physical one, and accordingly they are going to see the available servers in the different data centers of them, and based on the available server they are going to place your request. Let's suppose I'll say that I have initialized a request for creating a VM. So, and I have created this VM to be presented in the Central India location. So Central India is a region. Under that region, maybe they have 2 or 3 different zones are available. I would say 2 zones are present. Out of 2 zones, they are having the 6 data centers to be present. So under this 6 data centers, they will going to select what is the which data center is nearest to my physical location, and accordingly on that data center they will going to find out which server is available. Let's suppose I'm saying this data one is very nearby to my physical one, and under this data one my server number 8 is free. So they will going to create my VM in this server number 8, and it's automatically going to be done on a dynamic basis based on their own rules and regulations. We don't have any control out of this, but still it will going to reside on a very nearby data centers of your physical one. So this is how your architectural things are going to be work in a physical manner. So over there, what is the difference of having the different zones and the data centers to be present? So if we are having the multiple data centers, it is going to be very easy for us whenever we want a scalability feature to be on. So in the scalability features, if we are enabling it, so Microsoft is going to create me identical virtual machines of my servers to the different data centers, so that if my whole data center will go down, still my machine should be available. So it will also help me in the scalability as well as in the high availability features. So for the high availability, there are two concepts. The very first is talking about region peers, and the second one is talking about the virtual machine skill sets. So depending upon the different technologies, the different kind of things are going to be work. In the one way, they are going to create me the identical VM into the different data centers. In a second way, they are going to create me the identical VM in the same data centers, but on a different servers, different rack servers, and the different update domain and the fault domain. So accordingly, they will help me to secure my infra as well as secure my services, and also to provide me the high availability in terms of my data set, their data center is down. So that's why they are having a different data centers and they are having a different zones to be created. And all the different zones are always going to be connected with each other using the fiber optic networks on a physical node. So if I'm having a data center one to be present in availability zones as well as two, so both of them are connected with the fiber optic. Same way, the second zone and the in the second zone, the third server and the fourth server is also connected with these two using the fiber optic. And the same way for the zone 3 as well. Maybe this is my fifth data center, this is my sixth data center. So all of them are easily connected with each other. If I'll talk about the region peer, so whenever it comes about the disaster recovery concept, like I would say sometimes we didn't know when a natural disaster could be happen. I'm saying that we have created a VM in the central India. I've done that, but maybe in the central India, due to some natural resources, there is a disaster has been came up, and because of that disaster, my whole region is down. And now because my whole region is down, so whatever the data is present in that region would not be available. So in for that kind of situation, what Microsoft is offering is a region redundancy option. So over there, they are always going to create a backup of my data towards another region which is available for them. So for each and every different regions, there are some region pairs are present. Like my data was on the central India location. So for the central India, which of the region pair is available? So for the central India, the data is always going to be reside as a copy in the South India also. So if because of some natural disaster, my central India location is down, still I can find out my data and I can recover my data from another location called South India. And it is a free of cost service by default for the data services only. But when it comes with the services to be utilized for apps to be running or to the servers to be running, in that scenario, we need to pay a minimal amount for a kind of a services we are opting. So they will provide you the service and accordingly you need to pay for them. So these region pairs are always going to be separated based on some calculations. The very first calculation is they are having at least of 300 miles of distance between one region to another. Automatic replications for some of the services are available that are free of cost. They are always going to replicate them. But for for the rest of them, you need to pay the amount and then it will be done. However, you can also go and prioritize which region to be utilized. Let's suppose I'm saying that we have created a VM in this location called Central India. And now because we are opted for this region pair services, so my data is also residing here as well in the South India. And I'm saying that I got some news that in the Central India, maybe after some time, there could be a kind of a natural disaster is coming. So I can switch my priority to the South India on a very first note, so that if any kind of thing happened to this whole region and this whole region will go down, still my service will not go down for even for a second. However, on a switching note, maybe for 2 or 3 seconds or 5 to 10 seconds, your services could be impacted in the natural disaster concept on a default note. However, once it's switched from one location to another, you will be able to utilize your services without having any kind of intervention to be done on your end. But still, if you want, you can prioritize the location. So if you got the news, you can prioritize your location or the South India, so that impact could not be present. Same way for another scenario, like I am saying that previously I was in the area which will near to this region that was available and I was using it. But yesterday I have came to another state or another location which is nearest to the South India region itself. So because I need to have a low latency on my end, so I can prioritize my services to be running from different regions which I have opted. So this is how you can actually decide the things on a different scenarios. And also whenever you are working with any of the regions, updates are automatically going to be delivered to both of the regions, and the same way the data is also going to be copied to another region. And the difference between the data copying thing is going to be a maximum time of 5 minutes. So for after every 5 minutes, your data is going to be replicated. But if you guys want, you can also make a change. You can also decide that the data could be replicated after 1 hour, could be replicated after 1 day, and so you can decide the time limitations between them as well. Then when do you want it to replicate your data? Apart from them, Microsoft is offering some additional services as well in the Azure, the additional regions. Very first region is for US government services. So they are having a different cloud is present. It's not a public cloud, it's a US government cloud is present. That is going to be provided to the US government officials. They can update their data there. They can utilize the services from the government portal. Same way, they are having a different regions for Azure China itself. So for the China location, for the China country, it is they're having a different data centers and they're having a different regions that are available. It is not connected with the public cloud. So whenever if you guys are presented in a location where you need to work with the US government officials or with the China officials, so you need to utilize the different portals for them. The normal public portal is not going to be applicable for these locations. If I'll talk about the global infrastructure side, that how you can go and explore the global infrastructure of the Azure itself. So there is a link present. Let me share that link with you guys in the chat. Just give me a sec. Okay, so here's a link present I have just shared, and I can open that link on my end also. So this specific URL will help us to understand about the proper region availability of the Azure cloud in my current world itself. So it will give me a map, a kind of a running map where you can explore the things. So let's have a look about the same. Okay, so it may take a 2 to 3 minutes of time for opening this page. Once this page is going to be open, we'll be able to explore all the regions and the states and the countries which is presented under the Azure cloud, where the Azure cloud services are presented, and so this is the one way of accessing them. Okay, so while it is taking a time to open that infra, let's move ahead with the next topic we are having in a line. So after that, it is talking about the different Azure resources that are available, which we can opt in here for the different work purpose. So Azure resources like storage, virtual machines, and the networks, they are always going to be available to build some cloud solutions. So let's suppose that you guys want a server to be present in the cloud where you can run your web area, you can run your web app, you can run your different sets of applications like maybe your code, whatever you have written, a kind of a web app. So you can go and create a virtual machines in here. Virtual machines is going to be like of a clone of your machine in the cloud. Just the way we are having our own laptops, same way we can create a VM in the cloud. That is going to be work like the same. We are having our own laptop, but it is physically not going to be available, but virtually we can access it in the cloud and we can work it over there. Same way for it is also going to be a like of a clone for our physical servers. So whatever the physical servers we are having on our data centers, same way we can create the clone of that data centers in the Azure cloud using the virtual machine services in here. The second service we can opt for is a storage account. A storage account is a service where I can store my different types of files, data, tables, and the other things in here. Whenever it comes about storing your images, videos, audios, blobs, I'll say files, folders, and so every time you can opt for this service called a storage account. When it comes about connecting those cloned services with each other or with the public internet and so for that you can opt for virtual network to be work. So you can create a proper virtual network. What is virtual network? It is a logical representation of your physical LAN, what you guys are creating on your company side. So whatever the local area network you guys are creating on your company, same way you can create the LAN in the cloud itself using this service called virtual network. Next one is the app service. App service is going to be a platform as a service which will provide us a platform area where I can host my web apps, whatever we want. So whenever you guys have a code already written, which you wanted to deploy to a hosting services, just opt for this service called app service and run your uh, code to this app services and your website will going to be live. Same way for the database storage, you can opt for SQL database in here. So just like the way we are using the SQL server on an on-premises area, same way we can opt for the SQL database services on the cloud and we can store our database over there. We can also go for having the functions app to be run. So functions app is also a kind of an app that will help us to do some automation task. Let's suppose I'm saying that whenever I'm running a machine or running a code, I wanted to run a function in the backend that will help me to retrieve the data from my SQL database and enhance them into a proper table to display the data into an app. So we can create a whole functions in there, and using the function, I can write down the code, I can connect my SQL database service as well as the app service. And based on that, once the app service is going to be opened by a customer, function will run in the backend. It will going to retrieve the data from SQL database and it's going to properly arrange the data the way the format we have decided, and then it's going to represent the data to the app services. So these are some basic services that are going to be presented on a very proper note, because these services are mostly going to be used by the maximum organization. So these are some started services what we are having. We can also go and have a proper resource group to be available. So what is a resource group? Resource group is nothing, is just a kind of a logical container for storing my different services with each other to collectively store the different resources. Let's suppose I'm creating the VM, I'm creating the storage account, I'm creating the virtual network, app services and so. But every time I'm creating these services are going to be represent me instance into the different locations. One is in the VM location, one is in the storage account location, one is in the VNet location, one is in the app service location. But if I want that, I need to gather all of them together at a single place so that I can access it from a centralized area, I can go for having the resource group to be created. By default, without resource group, we cannot create any of the resources. So every time we are going to create a resource, we need to have that resource group to be available. Then what is the Azure subscription? Azure subscriptions is a kind of a way to pay for the services what you are using. So Azure subscriptions will give you some sort of amount, some sort of free credits, or maybe the paid credits, which you can start utilizing for the billing perspective. So whenever you are creating a service, whenever you are opting a service or you're using them, you are consuming them, every time the payment is going to be deducted from your subscription area. Other than that, we are having a management groups to be available. So whenever I would say that you guys wanted to have a proper logical representation of your entity, you can go for having the management groups to be available. Like I'll say that in my organization, I'm having a VP, then AVP, then manager, then sorry, it's a senior manager, then manager, and then the AMs, then the TLs, and then the executives. So it is my logical representation of my company hierarchy. Same way, if you guys wanted to have a proper logical representation of your Azure resources, you can go for opting this management groups over there. In the management groups, there we can create up to 10,000 management groups in this area, and always we can create a management groups to the 6th level of depth. So this is the conditions, and based on this we can start using them. So let me give you one more overview of the Azure portal. So whenever we are talking about the Azure account, so how the Azure account will going to be work, so let me confirm that. So first of all, you guys are going to create an account. Right away, we have created an account called Shivam AZ-900 @outlook.com. So this is the account we have created. Once your account is going to be created, you will get a tenant, or you can also call it as a directory. So that depends on you, what you guys are going to call itself. Is it your tenant? Is it your directory? So the directory tenant, what we are getting right away is default directory. I'll show you as well. So right away, I will get a default directly into my this account called Shivam AZ-900 Outlook .com. Under the tenant or the directory, we will going to have a subscription. Right away, I'm going to have a Azure Pass subscription available worth of $50. So this is the specific hierarchy which is running. Under the subscriptions, you guys will found a resource group. Under the resource group, you guys will found the resources. Resources should be VM, SQL Server, maybe web app, maybe container instance, maybe storage services, and the other things. So this is the logical hierarchy, how it is going to be run in your every account. When it comes about the management groups, so the management groups could be come under the tenant area. So here you can start using the management groups. Under the management groups, you can have the subscription, resource group, resources, and so. So this is how your logical representation of your Azure account is going to be presented. If I show you the same thing in the cloud, so let me come back to this portal.azure.com here. So you can see that we got this account created. My account name is Shivam AZ900 @outlook.com. And the same thing I have written here. This is my Azure account. After having the Azure account, we were talking about the tenant or directory. So the tenant or directory, if I'll come here and if I'll go and open myself a tenant and directory, so you can see that I got this default directory to be present. So this is my default directory and I'm having a default directory. Under the default directory, previously we were calling it a subscription. So if I'll open this directory, so under this directory, I'm having one of the subscription presents. Let me show you the subscription. I'm coming to a subscription area. And here you can see that I got one of the subscription present right away in my account on the name of Azure Pass Sponsorship. And in this area, it is active and we just call it as a $50. If I'll show you the amount for the same. So let me go and have a look about the amount. Let me go for checking my balance. And you can see that I got this subscription to be activated worth of $50 on my account. Now the next thing which I'm having is a resource group. So under the subscriptions, if I do wanted to create a resource, let's suppose I wanted to create a VM. So for creating the VM, I need to create a resource group here. So let me go and do the same thing. For an example, I would like to create a VM. So for creating the VM, I need to select this service called virtual machines. And under the virtual machine, I need to hit on the create button to create a new Azure VM. So for creating a new Azure VM, I need to click on this button here. And after clicking on this button, the very first thing it is going to ask me is to select the subscription. So because I already have a subscriptions, I can go and select it. Now it is going to ask me to select the resource group. So right away, if I'll select the drop down area, so you can see no available item. So there are two ways of creating a resource group. Either I can come back to the resource group section first. We can start creating a resource group from here. Either I can do it another way. So let me just create a new resource group. I'm going to call it as a AZ-900, a resource group name. And I wanted to create my resource group in East US location. So this is my region which I am selecting. So you can select your own region depending upon your own availability. I'm selecting this East US location on a demo perspective just because in the East US, most of the resources are already available and they are on a very lower cost. That is why for the demo perspective, I'm using this East US location. So once you have selected the location, hit on the next button, hit on the review and create, and then click on the create button up when the validation is passed. And now your resource group is created. So we have a resource group called AZ-900. Let me come back to my VM services. Let me go and create a new Azure VM. So this time when I'm going to create a VM, my subscription is already selected I can select my resource group, which I have created from the drop-down list from here. Next way of creating a resource group is on the same page of creating a VM, you will find this create new button only in one box that is for resource group. So you can click on the create new button from here and you can start creating your resource group directly from this area. So by default, I have created it from the resource group service. That's why I have selected it. Now, what is going to be my VM name? I would like to call this machine name as machine 01. This is my VM. Or let's suppose I'm going to call it as a IIS server 01. This is my VM which I wanted to create. So I've named my machine. After naming my machine, I need to select the region where I need to deploy this VM. I'm selecting again the same region of East US just because we have a lower price over there. Now in the availability options, right now I'm not using any of them. I'll let you know about all the things one by one. So I'm selecting the image. In the image, I'm going to say that because I need a IIS server and it is running on the Windows server itself. So I'm selecting the Windows Server 2019 data center right now. This is the image which I wanted to create as an operating system for my VM. So I'm selecting my VM itself. I'm selecting the size. In the size, I can decide how much of RAM do I require, how much of virtual CPUs do I require. I am saying I wanted to run this VM with 16 gig of RAM and 4 virtual core of CPUs. Let me go and provide the username. So this is going to be my admin username for the VM. And here is going to be the password for the VM itself. And because I need to connect this VM on a RDP protocol, that is remote desktop protocol. So that's why I need to enable one of the port of my VM for RDP. And because I need to work with the HTTP services as well, because I'm working as a IIS server. So I'm going to enable these two services, these two ports also called HTTP 80, HTTPS 443, both of them. So I'm enabling these three ports as of now. Once I have enabled, hit on the next button. In the disk area, you can decide what type of OS disk do you want it to initialize. Do you want it to work with premium SSD, standard SSD, standard HDD, premium SSD, standard SSD? So it's going to be on a different node. I would like to go with the premium SSD, and the type of the disk you are using, accordingly the costing is going to be changed. I'm using the premium SSD for my operating system disk. Then what kind of key management do you want it to have it for the data encryption? By default, it is going to opt for platform managed key. That is your Microsoft managed key. Other than that, if you guys are having your own key available using the Azure keyword services, you can also connect your own key for the data encryption. Right away, I'm using the platform managed key. Let me hit on a networking area. So we know that every time a VM is created, we always need a network where from which we can access the VM. So because we always need a network, and for the network, we need to have a service in the cloud called VNet to be present. So because I haven't created a VNet service, so VM, the virtual machine service, was automatically going to create a VNet. So in the cloud, whatever the prerequisite to be available, by default, the Azure service will going to create a prerequisite for the instance which you guys are creating. So it is creating me a new VNet, and the VNet name is going to be AZ-900 VNet. Same way, inside that virtual network, inside that LAN, we are having a subnet also. Subnet is default subnet. And what is the network address? So the network address is 10.0.0/24. Then for the public IP, do we need a public IP on the machine? So because yes, I want to have a remote desktop connection to be established with the VM. So I need a public IP. And same way for the web server as well. So I'm using a public IP. It is creating me a public IP. What is going to be your network security group? So all the things we're going to discuss later. Let me hit on the management. Under the management, I will not going to change anything. Let me go to the monitoring. In the monitoring, I just wanted to disable one thing, that is my boot diagnostics. Let me go to the advanced tags and then review and create. Once you will click on the review and create button, it is going to validate the settings which I have done so far. for this VM creation. And accordingly, once the validation is going to be passed, we will be able to create a VM. The things we need to consider while creating any of the services is, first of all, you need to use a unique name always for all kind of services you are creating. Just like the way I have uses a VM name known as IIS server 01. So it is a unique name right away. Right now for the Azure services, none of that VM is running whose name is this one. So always remember to have a unique name for all the services you are creating. Let me go and create it because my validation is pass. Once it's going to be created, we'll be able to access it. Until the time my VM is creating, let me switch back to my this area called Azure Global Infrastructure pane. So here, if I'll go for intro, so here this is my intro. If I'll start it earlier, let me just do one thing. Okay, so here it is showing us a map of my Earth, where it is going to start showing me about the connectivity. It is saying operating along more than 175,000 miles of fiber line across 140 countries and more regions than any other provider. So Azure is having a more connectivity is available in terms of comparison with the other cloud provider, over to which Microsoft Azure Cloud Platform helps you to invent with purpose in a different physical location, the different geographical location as well. So here it will going to deliver a secure, reliable, sustainable cloud that you can trust on in terms of security, compliance, data governance, management, and so. And based on that, you can go and explore the elements of the Azure global infrastructure. Do you want to explore the building blocks of Azure? If yes, you can click on this button. If you wanted to explore the globe, click on this button. And based on that, sorry guys, it is going to open you an environment where you can go and explore yourself with the Azure infrastructure. So by default, it is going to give me the building blocks of Azure. So let's have a look about the same. Okay, so it's loading in here. And same way for the other one. So here you can be able to go and explore the things of the Azure infrastructure in a proper node. So this is how the websites is going to be work. Let me go ahead and come back to this resource. So here my VM is created. With the VM, let's have a look what other services has been created. So in this area, once your VM is done, click on this area called deployment details. In the deployment details, just go and see some services. The very first, it has created me the virtual machine in the name of IIS server 01. Along with the virtual machine, it has created me the network interface. That is a LAN card for my VM. And the LAN card name is IIS server 01668. Same way, it has created me the public IP address for public connectivity of that VM. And the public IP address name is this. It has created me the network security groups also. In a network security groups, my name is this. It has created me the virtual network as well. So these are the additional services which has been created by the Azure cloud in terms of creating yourself a VM only, because without having these prerequisite, your VM cannot be run in the cloud. So once your VM is ready, I can go to hit on this button called go to resource. And after coming to this go to resource button, on the overview page, you will find a button called connect. So if you guys wanted to take the remote session of your machine, click on the connect button, click on the RDP section because it's a Windows VM and we know Windows machine can connect over to the RDP protocol. So I'm selecting that RDP protocol, seeing my public IP address, seeing my port number. So my public IP address is selected, my port number is selected, and the connection is established already. So, and it is my tested method. You need to download the RDP file. After downloading the RDP file, just open that file in this area, hit on the connect button, then provide your username. So this is the admin username I have provided at the time of creating the VM instance. And this is the password which I have provided. Let me hit on the OK button now. And now it is going to ask me, do you want it to trust this computer? I would say yes. I wanted to trust this connection. And once my connection is ready, I can go and have a look about my connections in this area. So here my VM is connected properly. Let me give you guys one more thing. I'm going to copy the public IP address of this VM. So here is my public IP address. Public IP address is 20.121.217.250. I can copy this IP address. I can paste it into the chat. So if you guys will going to access this VM, it is going to show you a kind of no signal page right away because I haven't initialized any kind of web server to this machine. Once I'm going to install a web server, after some time, you will be able to see the demo IIS page on that VM itself. So let's have a look about how to do that. So right away, this is my area. The site cannot be reached is going to be the error with this IP address. But let me do one thing. Let me hit on the yes. I'm going to open the PowerShell in here. Let me move with the properties, font. Okay, so I do wanted to go for installing the IIS server in here. So I can go for running the install web server. I can use the tab button also in terms of completing my command itself. Okay, let me do one thing. Okay, let me go for get Windows feature first. Let me hit on enter and have a look how many Windows features are we available. So in this one, we can have a look what different kind of Windows features are present right away. I do wanted to go and check a Windows server about web services. So do we are having the web services to be supportable? Okay, let me go and have a look about the name parameter, and then I'm going to call it as a web server and have a look. Okay, so here the web server Windows feature is available. So I need to install that web feature itself, that Windows feature. So I'm going to write it down the command called install Windows feature. Name of the Windows feature is web server. And then I wanted to use a parameter called include all management tools as well. Let me hit on enter. So it will take a time. And once this Windows server is going to be installed properly, then after we can access that same public IP address, which I already shared in the chat, and we'll be able to look out a demo IIS page over to that. So let's wait for some time. Okay, so let's wait for 2 to 3 minutes more, and then it is going to be ready. Okay, so here restart doesn't required, and it is successfully installed in this area. If I'll go and show you the same thing from this area, so if I'll go to the disk PC, C drive, then init then www root. So here this web page is going to be presented, and this kind of image is going to be opened on my public IP address of this machine. So this is how a thing will going to be done, and you can go and have a look about the same thing. So if I'll go and minimize this area, and if I'll refresh this page again, so you can see that I got a kind of a web page to be installed properly, what I have done so far with this VM. And for initializing that kind of web server role, I do not have to go anywhere else. With my simple laptop, I have opted for the cloud services. I have opted a server on rent. And inside that server, I have installed a web server role. And now I'm ready with the infrastructure to host my any of the websites for the public use. So this is the power of the cloud services, that whenever you guys are working with the cloud, you don't have to go anywhere else. And what I have done, I don't have to pay anything else. I'm just paying for the services which I'm opting, and it is a very minimal cost. You guys can see that I only have to pay $1 most probably if I'm using this VM continuously for 1 hour. So this is how your cloud services are going to be a very beneficial. However, on a normal note, if I want the same thing on the physical section, so what I need to do is, first of all, I need to visit to the market, then I need to purchase the hardware from there, then I need to assemble that hardware, then I need to install the operating system on that, then I need to install that web server role to that, and after that I will be ready. But here, within a second, I have got all the things to be present, and I have ready with the setup, and now I can run the code, I can host that code, and now my website could be run. So this is a full power of the cloud. So for base the purpose of showing this example is to let you know, guys, what is the power of the cloud itself. The same way, if I'll do one more thing, let's suppose on that same page, I'm saying to this PC, Windows C, init pub, www root, I'm putting this image. In this image, I'm making some sort of change. So let me open this image with the paint. So open with, choose another app. I'm going with the paint right away. In this page, I'm going to write it down one more thing. Let's suppose I'm writing a name here, and that's my own name, Shivam. I'm going to increase the text font size. I'm going to color this one. I'm going to make it as a bold. And now this image is ready. I'm going to save this image. I'm going to close this image. I'm going to close this. And now if I'll go and hit a refresh to this page now, so you can see whatever changes I have done to that server, the same changes is reflecting on that image also. So this is how we can start having our own setup to be available within a minutes. Now the next thing, if I'll move ahead and talk about compute and networking thing. So before talking about the compute and networking thing, is it okay that we can take a 10 minutes break here? What do you guys suggest? Okay, thanks for the confirmation, guys. So let's have a 10-minute of break here. After coming from break, we're going to discuss about the rest of the things what we are having in the line. So till the time, enjoy your coffee break, guys. Okay, guys, so welcome back again after the quick break. So before the break, we were discussing about some important informations relatively for compute things. Now let's move ahead and talk about the services that are providing by the Azure in terms of working with the networking area. So whenever we are talking about the compute and networking, so what is the benefit of using? So over there, we can compare the compute types. So if we are having a multiple compute types available, so we are always able to compare them. What is the benefit of using the different sections? Like for an example, I would like to go back to my portal now. And at the time of creating the VM, let's suppose we're having a lots of compute options to be available. Let me come here. So in the image, if I'll go, sorry, in the size, if I'll go for see all sizes area, so you can see how many compute segments do we are having. We are having the DS series that are most used by Azure user. We are having the D series VM, D series version 4, B series, DC series, E series version 5, version 4, F series, E series, and so based on a different kind of compute size, they are presented for different kind of workloads. Like D series is the latest generation D family size recommended for general purpose use. The B series is ideal for workloads that do not need continuous full CPU performance. So we know that every time we are working with the different workloads, we need a different kind of compute to be available. So here also we are having one of them that is available for premium storage for the most workloads. We are having a size, each family size that will complete your requirements of high performance for memory needs. So same way, we are having a lots of different compute size available, and it is very beneficial that once you guys are working with the cloud, you will be able to actually you will be able to decide what kind of workload are we going to install, and accordingly what kind of compute types do we wanted to utilize in here. So this is also a one benefit of working with the Azure cloud. Moving forward to that, it will also help me to define the things in the container instance, virtual machines, and functions. You can also describe the virtual machines options, including the VMs, virtual machine skill sets, availability sets, virtual desktop, and so. So we're going to discuss about all of them just a little bit later. We can also describe the resources that are required for VMs. We will be able to have the proper hosting options, including the web apps, containers, virtual machines, and so we'll be able to deploy the Azure Virtual Network, subnets, peering, DNS, VPN gateway, express route, public and private endpoints, and so. So these are the different options we are having. If I talk about the compute services, so under the compute services, the most 5 compute services that are used by most of the organizations are Azure virtual machines. So we have already done the practical of the VM. And now I would request all of you to kindly go with that same public IP address, which I shared earlier as well as now, to go ahead and see whether are you guys able to access that web page which I shown you or not. And let me confirm if anyone will not be able to see that web page on your side. The second compute services we are having in line is the app services. So app services is also a platform as a service solution. So the same thing we were doing right away with the VM solutions, where I have initialized the web server and now I am ready to host any of my websites over to that. The same thing we can done with the app services also. Same way we can have utilize this container instance services as well. However, the one thing we need to always know about the containers is the container are not persistence. They can be deleted anytime whenever you guys are using. So do not rely on the container only. Always use the containers when it's required for the testing purpose or for the development purpose. Most of the time in the hosting, you can offer container, but always go ahead and have a plan B to be available in terms of if the container is disabled or deleted. So still you have the infra to manage the app. Also, we are having the AKS, that is Azure Kubernetes Services. So Azure Kubernetes Services is a compute services that will help you to manage the different containers, like thousands of containers at the same time. So you can deploy thousands and lakhs of containers at the same time. You can deploy them, you can provision them, deprovision them, you can change the settings, you can have the proper storage to be set up, and so. Also, you can utilize the Azure Virtual Desktop. It is a fully cloud-based virtualization environment where every person can go ahead and start using their own environment in terms of the cloud sections, and they can have their proper apps to be available. What we are recommending them to use, only them they can utilize, and other than that, they will be able to log out himself. So in the backend, we are going to run one VM only, and out of the one VM, we can provide 10 different persons to access the same VM on the different conditions, on the different perspectives. So as your virtual desktop will allow us to do the same. However, on a normal note, if we are working with the Windows 10 machine, only a single user can take the remote session of that VM. If we are working with the Windows server, so maybe most of the time 2 persons or 3 persons are allowed to take the remote sessions on a default configuration. But in the virtual desktop, by default, the 10 persons can go and take the remote sessions at the same time on the same machine, and each and every person will uh, going to experience a different area, a different way of accessing the services over there. They will be able to access only the related resource to their account for work in progress. So this is also one concept we are having in here, a very good one from the Azure side. When it comes to the VM, so we always know VM is a example of the IIS service. It will help me to decide how much of virtual processors we required, how much of memory we required, how much of storage we required, and what kind of networking are we going to do. So each and everything can be managed by us when we are working with the VM. Also, it is an IIS offering. So we have taken the example how to create a VM. Now the next thing we are having is the VM skill set. So what is a VM skill set? A skill set option is available at that time when you guys need a scalability. Let's suppose we have hosted a VM or hosted a website on our VM, which I have created already. And I know that right now I haven't opted for scalability. So if I'll get a maximum load, which cannot be processed by my current configuration, my machine will go down, and the person who is accessing the web server will going to get an error that this web server cannot be accessed. For the solution of it, we can opt for the VM skill set. In the VM skill sets, I can define the number of machines to be created on an identical node only if a VM workload is going to be increased. By default, it will going to give me a 2 VMs on a minimum node to create with the same configuration. However, we can decide that if the 80% CPU has been consumed for both the VM, I need another 1 VM to be installed. And the same way I can decide a configuration if my CPU usage is less than 40%, then I wanted to decrease 1 VM. So this is how a thing can be done. So on a dynamic node, the VM skill set will help me to create an identical VM and divert my workload to the newly created VM, and accordingly, the scalability options can be opted. So it will going to help me to scale in as well as to scale out in both situations. Next thing is we are having the availability set. So we just discussed about the scale sets that will going to work on a based on horizontal scaling. But when it comes to the availability set, it will also going to work on the same concepts, but this time the VMs are going to be created on the same data centers. So let me give you an example for the same. Let me just go and open it, the environment. So for an example, I am saying that you guys are having this data center available, right? So in this data center, I'm having the 12 different servers. Out of these 12 different server, how many rack servers I'm having? So I'm having 1, 2, 3, and 4, because these are the 4 racks. So we are having the 4 racks available. So in each and every data center, they are dividing the servers into 2 ways. The very first is fault domain. The second one is update domain. So they are calling the fault domain based on the racks we are having. That means whatever these area we are having. So how many servers we can come up to this one fault domain, one rack servers? So most probably we can have it 1, 2, and 3. So we are having the 3 fault domain to be available in each and every data center. Apart from it, they are also making a collection of the different VMs on a horizontal way also. This is the vertical way. Now on the horizontal way, sorry, in this area, they will going to have a proper group of the machines to be available. And this group is going to be known as the update domain. So whenever it comes about the horizontal vertical, it will going to call it as a fault domain, and this way is going to be called as a update domain. So what does this means? This means whenever a kind of a fault will present, let's suppose network is not working, electricity is gone, or maybe cooling thing is not working. So in those situation, the whole rack will go down. That is why we are calling it as a fault domain, that every time a fault is present, the whole rack will go down. The rest of the racks will going to have a working positions, because each and every different racks will going to have an independent source of electricity, independent source of internet, independent source of connectivity to be presented. Same way, when it comes about the updating of the server, because we know on a regular basis, they need some sort of firmware updates, patches updated, security updates to be run for each and every server. So what Microsoft is doing, they have created this group of machines on the top for each and every servers, and they're calling them as an update domain. So whenever they are going to update their servers in the data center, they will do in this way. So this is why they are calling it as an update domain. So maybe if they are running a update domain on the first server, still the rest of the two server on the same rack will going to be available, because they will not going to be down in the update section. So that's why they are dividing it. So accordingly, in the availability set, I can decide that how much of fault domain I wanted to include in my scalability option, and how much of update domain I do wanted to include while working with the scalability option. Because we know that a VM, whenever a VM is going to be created, we need a server where that VM should be located on a physical node. So we are going to define that thing in the availability set. I am saying that I'm including the 3 fault domain as well as the 3 update domain. That means 9 different servers in there. And out of this, I can create the 3 VMs. So what Microsoft will do based on that calculation of 3:3, they will going to create my first VM in this first server. And now they will going to skip my first fault domain as well as first update domain. So they will going to skip my these thing and these servers. Now the second VM is going to be installed in this area here, in my fifth server, whatever we are having in the data center. Then the third machine will going to be created on this third area, on this another server called ninth server. So this is how the VMs are going to be created on a different servers, so that if my whole rack is down, still my machine should be available. If they are doing the update, still my machine should be available. So they are always going to take it on a 1 or the 2 basis. Maybe they are updating the first servers as well as the second servers together. So if they are doing the update on both the servers, still one of the server is free that can be utilized by the customer. Same way, if my one rack is down or the two rack is down, still my third rack is available, that is presented for working for the uses of the customers. So this is how they are going to divide it, and that will going to become under the scale set concept, the availability sets concepts of this area. So this is your fault domain, and the update domain concept is present. Now we have the exercise of creating the virtual machine. So we have already created the VM. Now let's talk about creating the web app in here. So I'm coming back to my portal. In the portal, I would like to say that I do wanted to create a web app now. So I'm going to the web app services, and let me hit on the create app services here. So this is my platform as a service. I'm going to select my resource group. I'm going to name my web app as GTL web app 01. This is my web app name. I wanted to have a runtime to be presented on a code node, and the runtime stack should be my ASP.NET version 4.8. Now it should be running on Windows, and I wanted to create this create this web app in the HTTPS location, and this is my plan. Let me go to the deployment, networking, monitoring, tags, and review and create. So I'm going to create this web app now. Okay, till the time this web app is deploying, just give me a thumbs up. How many guys are able to access this IP address which I shared in the chat box? Okay, guys, thanks for the confirmation. Okay, my validation is complete. Now I'm going to create this web app here. Yes, Sujit, do you have any query? Okay, no problem. Okay, thank you. Okay, so here my deployment is in progress. Once it is going to be deployed, I'm going to share you a link of the URL, and let me confirm, do you guys able to access that URL also or not? And then I'm going to make some change to this web app, and accordingly I would like to ask you again that will you guys are able to see the changes which I have made or not? So let's wait for the same. Okay, so here you can see with the web app, which I just created, it has created me the sites. It has created me the components for the insights itself. It has created me the web server form in the backend. It has created me some sort of deployment for the workspace as well. So that's how the related resources are always going to be created. You don't have to worry about the related resources. Now, if I'll go and click on the browse button, so this is the website URL. Now I have shared the website URL in the chat. Please confirm how many of you are able to access this website's URL on your end. Okay, so let me do one thing now. This is my current web page, how it is going to be look like, right? I'll say that I'm going to make some change in this. Let me go to the app service editor. Let me go to the open editor area. Okay, I'm going to the file right away where the code is written. Okay, so here you can see that on the very first line of this page, it is written, your web app is running and waiting for your content, right? what I'm going to do is I'm only going to change this message, and instead of this message, I'm going to write it down another one. So let me do that. So here's my content is written. I'm going to delete that content. And now I'm going to write it down. This app is belongs to AZ-900 class. This is the first thing I wanted to make a change. And now I would like to change another message in here. This one. If any one of you have any queries about the things which we already discussed till now, kindly ask your queries in the chat so that I can answer them quickly. So this is the two different message I have changed till now to my website. It's always going to be saved automatically because it's a cloud-based page where I'm making a change. And once the changes has been done, if I'll refresh my page, so the new message which I have initialized is going to be present. So let me confirm you guys, are you able to see the new changes which I have done so far? So here my heading has been changed as well as my message has been changed. So this is an example of platform as a service. Previously, we have initialized the infra, then we have installed the web app, and then we have done the coding, and then we are able to see the website. But in this example, we have opted for a platform. In the platform, I'm making a change of my coding and I'm able to see my website that is running. So this is the difference between the infrastructure as a service as well as the platform as a service. In the infrastructure, we need to decide how much of infra we want. In this area, everything is pre-decided. Okay, if my traffic is going to be increased under the plan which I have opted with this web app will help me to increase my infra in the backend. However, for the VM section, I need to increase that infra on my side. Either I will do it manually, either I will do it using the rules of consumption rules, like 80% of CPU consume or the RAM consume, then increase that much of RAM and increase a kind of instance to be created. So that all the things we need to do it on our own. However, in the app services, we don't have to worry about the infra. Infra is managing by the Microsoft. Microsoft will provide me as much of infra as we want, depending upon the uh, I'll say the traffic we are covering or we are getting. So this is the example between both of them. I hope you guys are able to understand these examples. So this is how the application services could be running. Now let's move ahead and talk about the next concept about Azure Virtual Desktop. So Azure Virtual Desktop is a service for creating a desktop and app virtualization that will run directly on the cloud. We know that onto our data centers, we are creating the VMs, and then inside the VM, we are creating the virtualization to have a multiple VMs to be working on a different node. So the multiple users can work on a same VM on a different sections or maybe on a different overview experience node. The same concepts can be initialized inside the cloud also. So in the cloud, we are having this Azure Virtual Desktop service available. Using this service, we can opt for that kind of environment to be work. It will help me to create a full desktop virtualization environment without having to run additional gateway servers. It will also help us to reduce the risk of resource being left behind, as well as it will help me to have a multiple sessions deployments to be configured. By default, the 10 different persons can access the same desktop environment at the same time, and none of them will going to disconnect it from their current session. So this is the power of the virtual desktop. For the better information about the virtual desktop and the proper training about it, we have a course called AZ-900 401, which you guys can go and opt for, and then you can start learning about the virtual desktop area. Apart from this, we are having this Azure Container Services in place. What is Azure Container Services? I would say it's a kind of a place which we can opt for having a code to be run. So it is a very lightweighted resource. We know that code can be run onto the VM as well as on the container, but in the VM, we need a proper virtual machines to be established, and also under that virtual machine, we need a proper RAM. Like if I'm running a Windows server machine, so I need approximately of 4 gig of RAM to be available to run my VM, because that will require for the operating system which is running in the backend. However, after the operating system, we do require some memory for runtime and then some memory for the desktop for the code which we are developing. So most probably we would require approximately of 4 to 5 gig of RAM to run a simple VM, to run a simple code which I have developed. However, the same thing can be done within 20 to 30 MB of things. So the container will help us to virtualize that concept also, where we didn't require any kind of infra to be present in the backend, and also we didn't require any kind of maximum load. On the same kind of load, we can run the thousands of code at the same time. So Azure Container Services will going to help me in that situation. So we can create a platform as a service container also in the cloud, where virtualization is going to be done on a hardware level. However, we know virtualization can be done in two ways: the one in a software basis, the second one in a hardware basis. In the software basis, we are downloading some sort of tools like Hyper-V and VM skill sets, and I would say the VM workstations on our physical machines, and then we are doing the virtualizations where if my hardware resource is 16 gig of RAM, I can use them into using the 4 different VMs itself, using the 4 different machines. But when it comes about the container section, it will done the virtualization on the hardware level, where a kind of a virtualization software is going to be run, and based on that, it's going to divide me. So it is a kind of a offering provided by the Microsoft that will help us to create the same kind of container on a cloud basis. Apart from it, we are having this Kubernetes service available. The Kubernetes service is help us to orchestrate the different container services with the distributed architecture to be managed at a single place. So these are two different services we are having in line. Next one is Azure Function. So the Azure Function will always going to be work based on the events we are doing. So whatever the events we have defined, based on the events, the Azure Function will going to be run in the backend, and accordingly it will going to give us the output. If I'll show you the example for Azure Function, so let's suppose I'm going to create a new function app. It's again a platform as a service we are opting. I'm going to name this function app as a GTL function app01. In the code basis, I would like to go with the .NET Core in the east-west location on the Windows. Serverless hosting should be same. Monitoring should be off. Yep. Review and create. Let's validate it. Let me go for creating this function app. So we have created a function app as a platform as a basis, service basis. Now we're going to create a function inside it. So by default, I'm going to create a HTTP function, and let us show you how the HTTP function will going to be committed. Same way, apart from the HTTP functions, you can call for other different sets of functions as well, whatever you guys want, and accordingly you can work here. Okay, so my function app is ready. Let me go to the go to resource area. Under this one, I would like to say, I would like to go for the functions to be created. Let me click on the create button now. Okay. So let me go for creating a function. So by default, we are going to create a HTTP functions, but apart from it, you can see that we can go for having a timer trigger that will going to create a functions based on the time limitations. We can create a trigger for Azure queue services, for service bus services, for blob storage services, event hub trigger, and so. So you can define the things in here. I would like to go with the HTTP trigger right away. I would like to call my function name as HTTP trigger 1. Authorization level should be function. Let me go for creating it. So this is my function which I just created. Once your function is created and you wanted to run a code inside that function, you can go for this area called code plus test. And here you can go and run your code, whatever you want, and you can start testing out that code also, whether that code is going to be work on a real-time node or not. So you can start coding yourself, you can start testing yourself, you can integrate the different services in here and lots of other things. I would like to go and get the function URL right away. This is my function URL. I'm going to open a new tab and here I would like to call it as an equals Shivam Shukla and hit on enter. So you can see once I have triggered this function, it is giving me a message that this HTTP trigger function executed successfully. We need to pass a name in the query string to get a personalized response. So let me done that and equals Shivam. Okay, sorry for that. Okay. So this is how the specific trigger function could be defined. Let me paste it again and okay, so right away I'm just passing out some sort of basic string. I'm not passing the personal name in here. So this is how your functions could be defined. You can go and write down your own code, whatever it is present, whatever you wanted to run in the backend, whenever an event is going to be happen. So accordingly, the things will work. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the next segment about comparing the Azure compute options between virtual machines, virtual desktop, and containers. So virtual machine is going to be work like a cloud-based servers that supports either Windows or Linux environment. It will going to have very useful for lift and shift migrations to the cloud. Whenever you wanted to lift your whole database and migrate it into the cloud, in that scenario, virtual machines is the best example or the best resource that can be utilized at that place. It will help me to complete the operating system package, including the host operating systems and so. Virtual desktop will provide a cloud-based personal computer that will give us a Windows desktop experience. It will going to have a proper dedicated applications to connect and use. That means every time a user is connecting with that machine, they will get a dedicated environment where they will get their own applications, own resources to be utilized in the same machines itself. Also, it will help us to have a proper multiple client logins to be allowed while working with the multiple users. Containers are going to be a lightweighted miniature environment, well suited for running some microservices at the same time. Basically, it is designed for scalability and resiliency through orchestration, and applications and services are going to be packaged in here in a container that will going to sit up on an operating system. So it will not require a RAM to be run on an operating system. It will only require a RAM to be running a code itself. So most probably the work which you are doing in the VM using the 5 gig of RAM, that could be the same work can be done in the containers area using only 30 to 40 MB of RAM itself. So this is how the work are going to be completed. Talking about the Azure App Services, so it is a fully managed platform as a service that can be built on a different coding sections itself, different Windows sections itself, working with the .NET project, .NET Core, Node.js, Java, Python, or PHP. Talking about the Azure networking services, so the VNets will going to enable the Azure resources to communicate with each other, the internet or the on-premises networks. It will help me to get a public endpoints to be available. That means accessible from anywhere on the internet, just the way you guys are able to access my VM public IP address because of the virtual network which I'm having. We can also go and have a proper private endpoint to be configured for a secure accessibility within your network itself. That means within your local area network itself. Same way, we can have a virtual segments to be created inside that, segments that will going to suit for your networks, so that we can categorize the different resources in a different places. It will also going to help me to have a proper network peering, connecting my private networks directly together with each other. So the same way we are having the two different LANs in the normal node in the real-time scenario, and we are creating the uh, path in between them to connect my both LAN with each other. Same way in the Azure networking services under the VM, we can use the network peering concept that will help me to connect my two different local area networks with each other. By default, they are not able to communicate with each other, but once we done the network peering, they will be able to start communicating with each other. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the configuration. So I would like to say that it is asking me to go ahead and create a network security groups. I am saying I'm already having one. So let me go and have a look about the same. I'm going to open my environment. Inside that environment, you can see that I'm having one of the VM installed, that is my IIS server, and the public IP address for that VM is, I would like to call it as a 20 dot something. Yeah, this is my public IP address. I'm pasting this IP address again in the chat. And if I'll open that IP address on my side, I'm able to access the front page of my IIS server, right? What I'm saying is with this machine, I'm also having one of the security network group is associated. Network security group is associated. And how can we find out? So from the virtual machine blade, I can go to the networking area. Under the networking area, I'm having information that this is my subnet which is connected. This is my NIC, and we are having a network interface this. And same way, we are having a network security group named IIS server 01-NSG. This is my network security groups which is connected. I can click on this network security group, and here my NSG is open. If you wanted to create a new NSG, so for that you can go for writing down the NSG in here. You will find a network security group option. You can start creating it. And based on that, you can define your resource group. You can define your networks in there and so. So this is how the network security groups can be created. I would like to use the existing one which I'm having. So this is my existing one. Inside this network security groups, you can go and have a look how many VMs are connected. So in the NSG, I can directly connect the proper subnet, or I can say the NICs of my machines with this. So in the area called subnets, you can have a look how many subnets are connected. So right now, none of the subnet is connected. Directly the VMs are connected. If I'll come to the network interface, you can see one of the network interface from one of my machine called IIS server 01 is directly connected with the NSG. So either you can go for connecting the network interface or the subnets, doesn't matter, you can manage both of them in here. I would like to say that if I'm coming to the outbound security rules, in the outbound security rule, everything is allowed. In the inbound security rules, I'm saying that my HTTP and HTTPS port is allowed, right? With the priority of 320 and 340. And because these two ports are allowed, That is why you guys are able to access this IP address on a public internet. If I'll hit on enter again, still my page is going to be displayed. What if I told you that I would create a new rule in here, and using that rule, I can block these network traffic. So how can we do that? Let me go for clicking on the add button again. In the add button, I would like to go for having the service tags to be selected, or maybe I would like to go for having the service tags only in the internet. Destination should be anything. Service is HTTP. I wanted to deny it with the priority called 301. Deny HTTP inbound. Let me go for adding this rule. And the same way I'm denying for HTTP, I'm going to deny another rule for HTTPS. I'm selecting the service tag for internet. In the service called HTTPS, I wanted to deny it with the priority called 303, hitting on the add button. So I've added two rules now, where I'm using the priority call 301 for denying the HTTP request and 303 for denying the HTTPS request. So I've denied it both of them. Now if I'll come back here and hit a refresh, so because it's my cache memory, that's why it's showing me the data. But if I'll open the incognito mode of any other browser, let me go and paste the IP address in the Edge browser now. So you will see it will going to deny me to access that web app. I can also go and have a look about it, the same thing in the incognito mode. So in both browser, it will going to deny me. The same thing I would like to ask with you guys. Now go ahead and use the IP address which is presented in the chat, and let me confirm, are you guys able to access the website, or do you guys are getting the error over there? Please confirm. Because I got error on both areas. What about you guys? Do not use on the same browser where you have already utilized it, because using the cache memory, it will going to give you the page to be displayed. Guys, please confirm, are you able to access this this IP address now? Okay, so thanks for the responding. So I got the answers for most of you as no, that you guys are not able to access this IP address in here. And why so? Because I have created some of the rules here in my network security groups, from where I'm managing the inbound and outbound network of my virtual machine, which is associated with it. Okay, so here I have created two rules of denying these services of port number 80 and port number 443 right away. But now there is a confusion that, however, in this rules, you can see that I have two rules of denying the same service. I have two rules to allowing the same service. So why it is denying me only? Why it is not allowing me to access that same port number? So over there, the answer for the same is that I will not be able to take the allow sections on the first node because of the priority. So priority always matters. Whatever, however, the lowest priority you guys have with the rule will going to affect on a higher position. So because I have a priority of 301 with a rule called denying port number 80 and 303 priority with denying the 443 port, that is why we are not able to access this VM. However, we are having the allow sections, but still their priority is highest. That is why it's not working properly. That is why it is considering the first rule, which is present of denying. So this is also a one thing. Whenever you guys are creating the rules and regulations for the networking, always remember that whatever the rule do you wanted to implement at first, always provide them the lowest priority as much as you can. And what is the lowest priority we can define? So the lowest priority is 100. Below the 100, you cannot define the priority. So the minimum one, you can define it as 100, and the maximum one you can define is this one. So this is how the rules are going to be done. If I'll go and delete these rules, what I just created of denying the rule, or maybe I will not delete these rules. Let's create these rules again. Let me just confirm you the same thing. I'm going for the service tags. In the custom, I'm denying the HTTP right away with the priority of 350 this time. Let me add it. And I'm denying the HTTPS with 360 itself. So now, because this time my allows rules priority is lowest, so this time it is going to allow me to access these IP addresses. So let's have a look once both the things are working. So now both of them are working perfectly fine. Let me open the Edge browser right away, and let me just paste that IP address and hit on enter. So you can see this time it is allowing me to access that web page which I just created already. So please confirm, are you guys able to access that web page now? Okay, so thanks for the confirmation, guys. So this is the thing, how can we actually go and start managing the network things and so. So this is an example of working with the network access. Now, if I'll talk about some additional networking services we are having in line, is the next one is VPN. So what is a VPN? We know VPN, the full form is a virtual private network gateway. This is going to help us to create a private network between two different servers so that we can access the data securely. And how it is going to be done? So over to the internet, it will going to create a tunneling between both the servers using some different protocol, depending upon which protocol are we using, whether it is going to be IPsec or IKE or the virtual private networking tunneling and so. So depending upon the protocol we are using, it will going to create a full tunnel from one server to another, and accordingly we'll be able to access the data securely. So for creating this kind of tunnelings, when it comes with the private data accessibility and so, we need to create the VPN gateway also in the Azure. So in the Azure, for creating the VPN, we need to have a VPN G to be created, virtual private network gateway. So our gateway is nothing, it's just a kind of a endpoint where the VPN should be connected. And then using this gateway, we can connect it with the network where I wanted to access my data to be securely in the cloud, and accordingly we'll be able to access them. Same way, we are having another service called Express Route as well for secure data accessibility. The difference between the VPN gateway or maybe the Express Route is only one, that VPN is going to be created a tunneling over to the internet. So we need to go to the public internet access, and then we are creating a tunneling. So it will give me a minimal speed as well, depending upon how much of a speed we have opted from the service provider. When it comes about a data transfer, securely data transfer, and a very large data transfer in a bulk node. So in that scenario, Microsoft is recommending to utilize this service called Express Route. Express Route is a kind of a service that will help me to transfer my large amount of data from one place to another on a secure node while having a kind of a better speed, like 1 gig of per second or maybe 100 GB per second. So it's depend how much of a speed we want, accordingly the speed we will get. And how the express route is going to be work? So express route is going to be work using the backend connection of the Azure. It will not going to expose your connections to the public internet like the VPN, where in the public internet it is creating a tunneling. It will going to use its backend network, which is physically connected with the service provider across the globe with your data center itself. And accordingly, using that backend connection, it will help you to transfer your data quickly and in a very easy note. So this is your express route. So in the express route, it will going to give you the option to select your partner. Maybe for India, right now I'm using a partner broadband connection of Airtel. Same way for the different countries, there are different internet partners are available. So you need to contact with your partner. Your partner will going to contact the customer with the Microsoft itself. And once they are going to create a backbone connection, the same backbone connection is going to be connected with your data center as well as with your physical data center where your data is presented in with the Microsoft itself, and accordingly the data is going to be transferred. If I'll talk about the DNS services, so the same way we are creating the DNS server on my physical servers itself, the same way Microsoft is offering us a platform as a service for DNS itself. So in the Microsoft, we will be able to create a private DNS zone as well as the public DNS zone itself for resolving the DNS query. Private DNS zone only for that much of workload where I'm only working inside the cloud. I'm not going outside of my cloud, and I'm wanted to resolve my queries using the IP address as well as with uh, host name and so. Because we know DNS is a service that will help me to resolve my host name. Because we know whenever we are writing down the google.com in the URL bar, actually it is not hitting the google.com. It is always going to hitting a IP address behind that google.com. And that's how it will going to find the server, and accordingly it will going to give us a response. So the conversion of the IP address to the host name is going to be done by the DNS service. So we can opt for that kind of services to be presented in the Azure itself. So that was something we were having inside the compute and the virtual network area. If I'll move and talk about the storage services. So in the storage services, we have a storage account option available. A storage account is a service that will help me to store a kind of a data, whatever we want, whether it is going to be your blob services, it's going to be your file shares, it's going to be anything else. Everything could be managed in here. But always remember, whenever you are creating the storage account, you must have a globally unique name to be available. Also, it will going to provide the accessibility over to the internet itself. And it will also help me to have a proper different redundancy options. So what is a redundancy option? Redundancy means about copying my data, because Microsoft is saying that he will help you to get the high availability, also the data reliability. So by default, whenever you are creating the data storage services, Microsoft is going to create the 3 copies of your data. One is for yourself, where you are using it. 2 of them as a copy to store as a backup. Like if anything happens to the original data source, like original data center where your original data is uh, presented, still Microsoft has your data and they can provide you the data as a recovery option. So that's why Microsoft is always creating the 3 copies of your data, and it will always going to be depend upon what kind of redundancy options we are selecting. Accordingly, the number of copies are going to be changed. So Microsoft is offering 4 different types of redundancy option. The very first is LRS. So what is a LRS service? LRS means local redundant service or the locally redundant service. We can call both of them. So LRS means that whenever you will create a storage account is going to be placed on a server in your data center, and the rest of the 2 copies are also going to be present on the same data center, but on a different servers. Like for an example, we are here. So I would like to say that Microsoft has created me the storage services on this data center here. So the first copy is going to be placed in this server. Rest of the 2 copies is going to be placed in any of the other servers what we are having. Like maybe here, maybe here, maybe here, doesn't matter. It's always going to be created a 2 different copy on 2 different servers. That means on a 2 different locations, but within the same data center, because we have opted for a service called LRS, that means local redundant. Next one is the zone redundance. So in the zone redundance means, like if you guys are having a multiple zones, maybe we are having the first data center, second data center, and third data center, and this is my zone 1, right? Same way we are having the zone 2, 1, 2, and 3 data center, and then we are having the zone 3, where I'm having the first data center, second, and third. So I'm opting for ZRS. ZRS means it will going to identify on the first node which data center is nearest to your physical location. The first copy is going to be placed in that zone. Let's suppose this is the one which is nearest by me. So my first copy of data is going to be stored here, and the rest of the 2 copies is going to be either stored in this place or in this place or in different places, like 1 copy here and 1 copy here, doesn't matter, it's depend on. So that's how it's going to be created. So within the different zones, if my data is present, so if my whole region, if my whole zone is down, still I have the data to be available in a different zone, and I will be able to recover my data in that situation. That is ZRS. Next one is GRS. GRS means that we are having this region as a East US, right? And apart from the East US location, I am saying the same way we are also having the 3 zones to be available for West US as well. That is my proper region pair, because we know that region availability is always going to be present based on the region pair. So for the East US, we are having the West US as a region pair. So in the West US, again, we have the 3 zones. Inside the 3 zones, we are having the 3 data centers, right? So what it will do in this GRS, it will going to create me a 6 copy of my data. The 6 copy is going to be replaced in that manner. Like the first copy should be placed here in this zone, second copy in this zone, third copy in this zone, and the rest of the 3 copy on a read-only basis on a different zone, like here, here, and here. So this is how your data replication is going to be done. When it comes about ZZRS, ZZRS means that the data should be available in a different zones also. By default in the region pair, in the GRS section, the data could be stored at a single zone or maybe on a different zones. It's always depend upon the availability. But if you guys are opted for this plan called GZRS, then surely all copies are going to be stored in the different zones itself, however using the different region concept. So it will going to mix both of them, and accordingly your data is going to be stored. So the durability is 11 nines, 12 lines, 16 nines, and 16 nines. That means that much of time it will take for replicating your copy itself. Moving forward to that, under the storage services, once you guys are creating a storage account, it will going to have options to be selected, that you can create a container to store your blob. That means like the pictures, images, videos, and the text files, and so all of them could be stored in the container. So in the container, every time you wanted to store your binary large object, you don't have to worry about it. Just create a container, upload the service over there, upload the data over there, and then you will be able to utilize them. Second type of data we can store as a disk storage. That means whatever the virtual machines I have created, if I wanted to store their data of their storage account or maybe their VMs, so I can go for having that disk data to be stored as a blob in my storage services. Same way we can opt for the Azure files. So what is Azure files? Azure files is going to be work like a file server or the file share, uh, like the way we guys are using on our on-premises server. Like we are creating a file server and then we are sharing that accessibility of that file server to store up a document on a centralized place so that everyone can access it. Same way you can call it as a file share here. So we can go and start working for both of them. If I'll talk about the public endpoints, that how we can start accessing those services in here. So for accessing the different services, there are different sets of URLs that can be present. For blob data to be accessibility, you will get a URL which will start from HTTPS, then your storage account name, then .blob.co.windows.net. So if this domain is present, that means it is a blob you are accessing. Same way, if it is written a domain called .dfs.co.windows.net with the URL called https / your storage account name, that means you are accessing the data from data lake storage generation 2. If you guys are working with a URL in the domain, it is added as a .file.co.windows.net with your storage account. That means you guys are accessing the Azure files on the web basis. Same way for the queue storage, it is going to change as the queue.co.windows.net. And for the table storage, it is going to utilize as a table.co.windows.net. So this is the different URLs. How can you identify whether it is a blob, whether it is a file share, whether it is a table, whether it is a queue. Apart from it, in the storage section, whenever you guys are storing any kind of data in here, you can always opt for a different type of services like hot data storage, cool data storage, or archive data storage. Hot data storage should be utilized in that situation whenever you wanted to access the file frequently. Like you guys are running an app service, and in the app service the data is present and the data should be accessible after every 5 to 10 minutes. So on a quickly basis, you wanted to retrieve that data, you wanted to access that file, and then re-access that file again and again. So for that kind of data storage, you can opt for hot data tier. If you guys wanted to access your data on a weekly or a monthly basis, so in that situations, you can optimize your data for storing it as a cool storage. So over there, it will allow you to access the data frequently in the weekly or a monthly basis. And if you guys are storing the data that is presented for the backups and so, like you wanted, guys wanted to store the data for 180 days as a backup, and after 180 days you guys wanted to delete that backup data, so you can opt for the archive storage over there. Archive storage will going to charge you a very lesser amount, but every time you wanted to access the archived data, you need to wait for some time till the time your data is going to be rehydrated. Once your data is going to be rehydrated, after then onwards, you will be able to access the data. So this is the one thing that is present, and depending upon the different tiers, you will be able to pay the different kind of amounts for them. Now let's have a look about how to work with the storage account. So for creating the storage account, what you can do is you can come up in here in the Azure portal. You can search for a storage services. Let me go for the storage account. Let me start creating a new storage account in here. I can opt for my resource group. I can provide my storage account name. Let's suppose it's GTL storage account 01. Or one more thing, guys, whenever you guys are providing a name for your storage account, always provide it in the lower caps. So it is my GTL storage account 01 for AZ-900. This is the name which I wanted to provide. Region should be east to west, and then in the performance you can decide either do you want it to go for a standard performance or a premium. So premium will going to cost you higher, but it will going to give you the better options to be utilized. Right now I'm going with the standard option. And then about the redundancy, so you can select whether you wanted to go with LRS concept, GRS, ZRS, or ZZRS. I would like to go with the LRS only. That means I only wanted to have my data to be available in the same data center. So I'm selecting the LRS, going to the advanced area, going to the networking area. I wanted to enable the access of that storage account from all public networks. That is why I'm enabling it. Okay. Okay, in the data protection, you can enable the soft deletes and the rest of the things in here. Encryption should be already available. Let me hit on the tags review. And once the validation is going to be passed, we can go for creating this storage account now. So that's how we can start creating it. So let's have a look how to store the data in this storage account and how to access the data in this storage account. Okay, so my storage account is created successfully. Let me go for go to resource area. Under that go to resource area in the data storage sections, you can see I got all types of data can be stored, whether it is my blob, it is my file share, queue and table. So let me go with the container this time. I'm going for container. I'm going to create a new container. Let me say my container name should be container01. And here, what kind of access level do you want it to decide for that container? I would like to say it should be a private that no one can access. Let me go for creating it. And let's suppose I'm going to upload some images in here. So I'm opening the container. Let me go for uploading some images. I can click on the upload button. Let me go for selecting the file. I wanted to go for wallpaper images to be selected, these two only. Let me upload it. So here my both images are present. Now what I can do is I can just click on this image name, and for the image it is going to provide me a URL. If I'll paste the same URL in the notepad, so you can see the same type of URL which we discussed at the theory basis, the same URL is present here, like HTTPS, then my storage account name. This is my storage account name, GTL storage account 01 for AZ. And then it is using a domain called .blob.co.windows.net. And then because inside this blob storage account, I wanted to access the container one. So container one is present, my container name, and then my image name. So the same URL is present here. But if I'll go and try to access this URL in the internet, it will going to give me an XML error. It will going to say me resource not found, or the specified resource does not exist. And why so? Because I have created this container as a private mode. If I'll go and check the things in the access level, so I've created this container as a private, no anonymous access. And if I'll share the same link with you guys, so please confirm, do you guys able to access this URL on your end? Please confirm, guys. Okay, thanks for the confirmation. So if I'll go and change this access level from private to the blob, anonymous read-only access, and once this access level is going to be changed, so now go ahead and try to refresh your page and let me confirm, do you guys able to access that image on your side? So this is a example that whenever we are creating the containers, depending upon the different access levels, accordingly, the data is going to be displayed to the users. There's another thing we can do in here, like we can make this container on a private node that no one will be able to access this container, but I would like to say that I wanted to share the permission to access this image 01 right away. So how can we do that? So for doing the same, Microsoft is initializing this SAS signature. You can come to this area called generate SAS, and then you can define what kind of permissions do you want it to define to the person, what kind of key do you want it to create, over to which protocol the SaaS needs to be created, what is going to be your started time, ending time, and so by default, it is going to be created for 8 hours. So you can go for generate the SaaS token and URL. And accordingly, you can just go and copy the SaaS URL and share it with the persons whom do you want it to get the access of this image. So please confirm, are you guys able to access the image using this URL itself? Guys, please confirm with the new URL, are you able to access this image? Okay, so this is the difference of having the private blob or the public blob. We can do one more thing. Right now, if you can see this URL, if you will share the same URL with the other persons as well, so they will also be able to access this. So how can we secure that much of thing? So for doing so, at the time of generating the SaaS, what we can do is we can define the specific person's IP address in here. Let's suppose I'm going to see what is my IP. So my IP is this one, 182.69. I'm going to paste my IP address in here, whatever my public IP address is. And now I'm going to generate the SaaS token again, the SaaS URL. And now let me share the newly created URL with you guys. And let me use the same URL on my side. So you can see I'm able to access that specific image with the newly created URL. But let me confirm with you all with the latest URL. Are you guys able to access this image, or do you guys are getting the error? Because if I'll use the same way in this area, let's suppose I'm going to the Internet Explorer and let me hit on enter to access this image. Okay, so here the internet services is block. Let me go with Microsoft Edge now. And if I'll paste the same URL in this page, so you can see apart from the current IP address which I have defined while creating the SaaS, it will not allowing me to access this image, and it was giving me the authorization failure. So this is how you can start securing your blobs sharing as well. Okay, no problem, Priya. We're going to upload this recording as well in the gtechlearn.com/webinars.aspx website. You can find the recording over there. So don't worry about that. Okay, so this is how the things are working in the storage account. Now let's move ahead and talk about the next concepts we are having in line. So here we are having another service in line called Azure Migrate. So what is Azure Migrate? Azure Migrate is a service that will help me to estimate what specific infra we are having in the current environment, and for migrating the whole infra to the Azure cloud, how much resource do we need to create, or how much resource are we already available to migrate these things over there. So Azure Migrate is a kind of a tool that will help me to estimate these kind of budgets. And so Azure Data Box is also a kind of a service. Most of the time we know that whenever we are migrating our resources to the cloud, maybe for some of the company, their data is very low, like 1 TB or 2 TB. So they can easily use the internet services to upload their data in the storage accounts. And so that would be very easy. But when it comes that a company who wants to migrate to the cloud has the data more than 100 TB of itself on their side, or maybe a kind of 1,000 TB or 10,000 TBs of data they are having, and they wanted to migrate the whole data to the cloud. So how that thing can be done? So for migrating that much of amount of data, Microsoft is saying do not go with the storage account services. At that time, go with another service called Data Box. So the Data Box is a service that will help you to migrate that kind of data into the cloud on a very easy note. In the Data Box, it will going to create you a pickup service. In the pickup service, they will going to share you the disk, a kind of a disk that will going to have a capacity of 80 dB, and so you need to just copy and paste your whole data to that disk and then send that disk again back to your local data centers of Microsoft, and then they will going to connect the data center, and then after you will be able to access it on your portal. So this is a kind of a service that is going to be run in the backend, and accordingly you will be able to migrate your whole data. If I talk about the file copy options, the file management options, so whenever you wanted to work with a storage account, so there are multiple tools that can help us to work with my storage account. The very first is AZ copy. It is a CLI tool that will help me to copy and upload the files to the storage account and to download the files from there and to generate the SAS tokens and so. Same way, we can have this GUI tool available called Azure Storage Explorer. So Azure Storage Explorer is also a kind of a GUI tool that will help me to connect my storage account directly with the cloud. And then from my personal systems, we can manage the whole storage account without opening the Azure portal. Same way, we are having the Azure File Sync tool available. Azure File Sync will going to help me to synchronize my Azure Files connectivity with my local systems. Like for an example, if I'm coming back to my portal again, and here we have taken the example of the container. Let's suppose apart from the container, I do wanted to create a file share. So I'm going for the file shares. Let me go and share the file share. My file share name should be file share 01. Okay. And here it should be a transaction optimized. Let me go and create this. So we got a new folder to be created as a file share. Under this file share, I would like to upload some sort of files. Let me go for uploading. I'm going to upload some files in here from data. I would like to upload this file only. Let me upload it. So I've uploaded a PowerPoint presentation file to this file share. Once you have uploaded, if you are saying that you wanted to access this file share with your local PCs, so what we can do is inside the file share, we can click on the connect button, and here all the connectivity scripts are going to be present. Whether you are connecting your file share with your VM of the Windows or Linux or Mac OS, doesn't matter. You just need to open the platform, and based on that, you can go for having the scripts to be copied. After copying the script, let's suppose in this area of VM, in this PC area, you can see I'm having the C drive and D drive only connected. What if I will run that same script in here and then I'll see the same result? So I'm going to paste the same script. I'm going to hit on the enter button to run that script, what I just copied from the portal. And once it is going to be run, then you can see a new drive has been added in the name of Z drive as a network drive, and it is a direct connectivity of my file share. So I'm having the file share connectivity, and you can see that whatever the PowerPoint presentation I have uploaded, the same PowerPoint presentation is presented here. So Azure File Sync will going to help you to synchronize this kind of file shares with your Azure file shares directly, so that multiple files can be synchronized from one place to another. So this is how the specific file share thing will going to be work. Now moving ahead, if I'll talk about identity access and security. So for managing the identity inside the Azure, we are having the Azure Active Directory tool available. It is an identity provider that will help me to manage my own identity of my organizations from the cloud area. Using the Azure AD will give us a multiple benefits. Like normally for opting the Azure MFA thing or conditional base access or SSO thing, we need to install the identical servers for them, a kind of a dedicated servers to manage these kind of services. But if you guys are working with the AAD, then over there to the AAD, we are able to manage all of things from the single identity provider. We don't have to install any kind of dedicated servers for MFA, for SSO, for SSPR, and so. So here it will going to give us the permissions to provide the authentication of the sign in to the users. It will help me to enable the single sign on. It will help me to work with the application management. Azure AD will also help me to work with the B2B concept, B2C concepts, and device management. So these are some pre-built features we are having in the Azure AD. If I'll talk about the ADDS, so we know Azure Active Directory Domain Services is a kind of a identity provider that is already initialized with the Windows Server operating system on a on-premises node. So you can utilize that ADDS also to manage the internal on-premises Active Directory itself. If I'll talk about the authentication and authorization, so what is an authentication? Authentication is a way to authenticate a person, whether it is a legitimate user for accessing this app or not. You by verifying their user ID, their password, their biometric, their facial recognition, or maybe the multiple ways itself. So that will come under the authentication to identify a legitimate user for working with the apps or other services. When it comes that it is a legitimate user and he will able to access the app, but inside the app, what kind of task he can perform, that will come under the authorization area. So inside the app, whether he will be able to access this file called a.txt or not, whether he will be able to download the a.txt or not, whether he will be able to upload some existing files in there or not, that all the things will come under the authorization. Authorization means what kind of task he can perform after getting authenticated. So that is the difference between the authentication and authorization here. Talking about the MFA, so Azure is having the additional capability of Azure MFA pre-installed with the app, pre-installed with your Azure portal. You can opt for this MFA without having a dedicated server to be installed. And Azure multi-factor authentication will going to work on a zero trust concept, where it will not going to trust anything. It will always going to verify the correct user to be logged in each and every login attempt. So it will going to work on a three concepts called under the zero trust. The very first is something you know. Second one is something you process. And the third one is something you are. Under the something you know, it will going to cover up two concepts called the username and the password. We know every time a user try to sign in, they always going to know about their username and their password, right? Now the next thing, something you possess, in that scenario, it will going to verify the device you are using for login, the card you guys are using for login, the biometric key you guys are using for login, the hardware token key you guys are using for login, and so. And then it is going to define you something you are by using your biometric fingerprints or kind of a certificates and so. So using these different methods, whatever we are opting, it will going to help us to authenticate a user on a second level. So basically MFA is opted by the organization to have a second level of authentication to be provided at each and every login of a user. If I'll talk about the external identities, so Microsoft Azure is allowing us to work with the different external identities itself, whether it comes with the B2B collaboration or B2C. B2B collaboration means whenever we are working on a project with in addition with another organization itself. Let's suppose we GTechLearn is working on a project that required an intervention from Microsoft experts as well. So what we are going to do is in the GTech, we are going to create some B2B ID with the Microsoft's tenant so that the Microsoft's user can make a login inside the GTech environment for working with that simple project, what we are doing. That will come under the B2B. If I'll talk about the B2C, so the B2C concept is going to be placed in that scenario where I want the normal user to come up to my website to make a login and to test that websites and to give me the feedback whether my website is running fine or not, or do we require some sort of changes that needs to be done. So it will going to come under the B2C concept. So for that, we can create a different tenant. We can create invite the users over there, and accordingly we can work with them. So in the Azure Active Directory, both options are available. We can offer any one of them whenever we want and however we want. Next concepts we are having is a conditional access. So the conditional access is a tool or is a service that will help me to provide the condition-based access to the resources. Let's suppose I'm saying that I'm having one of the user in my environment known as Kuldeep, and I want that Kuldeep must be utilized the Azure portal by login from the US location only. Or maybe I wanted to deny their login whenever he wants to get a login from the India location. So we can define the conditions always, whether it is based on the location, it is based on the device they guys are using, is it based on the application they are trying to access, or based on their real-time risk. So it's always depend. Whenever you wanted to define some condition-based access, use this service here. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the Azure role-based access control, the Azure RBAC. So it is a way of managing the roles about the resources that you guys are providing to your internal users. Let's suppose in my organization, I'm having that VM available and I want some of my internal user to access that VM and to work with that VM. So I can provide them the accessibility accordingly. For providing the accessibility that they can access my VM, we need to create a role, and then we need to associate that role with them. So there are some pre-built role are always presents depending upon the owner basis role, the contributor basis role, the virtual machine contributor basis role, the read-only role, and the so whatever resources am I creating for providing the accessibility of those all resources, we can opt for this RBAC concept over there. And under this RBAC concepts, I can define the role to the user, and based on that, they will get the access. Next one is Microsoft is saying whenever it comes with the security, Microsoft is always going to refer a mechanism called zero trust. Zero trust means never trust anything, always verify explicitly, and always go and check the login attempts and so. Or maybe we can call it as a verify explicitly on the concepts. So it will going to help you to secure your assets and always assume breach. Okay, never trust anyone, never trust anything, verify explicitly, and always assume breach. These three concepts will come under the zero trust policy. So they will not never going to trust any of the user who is making a login. They will always going to verify them by using the MFA or the conditional access policy explicitly, and then they're always going to assume that this might be a breach so that you can secure your environment. And that is the same concepts Microsoft is saying to the third person as well, that always utilize that kind of concepts on your end so that your environment could be secured. If I'll talk about a difference in depth, so for each level of the depth, the Microsoft is having a different level of defense mechanism already present. Whether it terms of working with the physical security, that means the physical security of the data center where your resources are residing. So they are having the proper security team available. They are having the proper securing accessibility available. They are having the specific roles and responsibilities over there, and lots of other things. Same way for identity and access, you can always decide which person can get the access of your data on how much of basis. That means for the file, for a folder called abc dot abc folder, I would like to call one of the person that can access all the files from that folder, maybe for some of them only few specific files. So depending upon a different identity of the users, the different accessibility is present, and you are going to decide what is going to be done in that way. By default, Microsoft is saying that I'm not going to provide any kind of accessibility to any of the users which is going to be presented in your environment until you will not define the role to him. If you are defining the specific rule to that person, so at that situation, it will going to work based on that specific rule only. Then after, for different parameters, they are having a different sets of security already established. Whether the parameters should be your physical boundary with your data center, whether the parameters should be on a networking concept. So it's always going to be depend on both area. Then after, they're having the different sets of security already implemented for network itself. They're having the security to be implemented for the compute, for the applications which are running, for the data which you guys are residing. So in each and every layer of your security, they're having a different sets of solutions installed already, and they are going to help you to secure your environment fully. Same way for working with the same concepts, if you guys are wanted to see all those things on your end, you guys can go and have a look about a Defender for Cloud. That is a tool available in the cloud area that will help you to protect your whole environment, that will help you to analyze your whole environment, how much your environment is secured, and the other things, what specific options you need to follow to secure your environment itself. So it will also give you the recommendations for the same itself. So that was something we were having in the very second module of this course here. If you guys have any query relatively for the second module, you guys can go ahead and ask your queries here. Okay, so let's move ahead and talk about our next module. That is module number 3 now, and the last module for this course, talking about the management and governance. So underneath that, we're going to talk about the cost management, governance and compliance, resource deployment tools, and monitoring tools itself. So whenever we are talking about the cost management, so inside the cloud, there are going to be the 6 different factors that are always going to be affecting about your cost. The very first factor is a resource type. So in the Azure, every time you guys are opting for a resource, whether it's your VM, web app, container, storage, maybe the SQL server and so the type of a resource you guys are using, accordingly, the charges are going to be levied. Also, it will going to affect based on the consumption. Maybe you guys are consuming your resources for 8 hours per day, 10 hours per day, 2 hours per day, 5 hours per day. So accordingly, you need to pay. That is the second factor of affecting your costing. Third one is about the maintenance. Maintenance cost is always going to be associated with your billing. Then based on your geographical location, so whatever the geographical locations you guys are selecting, either it is your east us, east us2, central india, central europe, so in each and every different region, there are different price lists are available, and according to those price lists, your costing is going to be effect. Same way, depending upon the network traffic as well, how much of network traffic you guys are getting, accordingly your uh, specific billing are going to be generated, because there are some limitations that if you guys going to cross that limitations of incoming net things, you will need to pay much more amount than that. And same way, depending upon the subscription, the type of a subscriptions you guys are opting, if you guys are having a kind of a plan with the microsofts under the reserve benefit, so you will get a very lesser amount of money to be in a costing note for the billing itself. If you guys are working with the pay as you go module, so that will going to be the costly itself when it comes with the longer period. So with the longer period, always we are recommending to go with the reserved benefit what Microsoft is providing. Always talk with the Microsoft and have a proper plan to be initialized. Apart from the cost management, if I'll talk about whatever the Azure services we have discussed, apart from the Azure services, there are some additional services that can also be implemented inside your cloud. So you can find those services in the Azure marketplace. So there is a service in your portal. If I'll open that service here called Azure Marketplace, Okay, let me go in here. Let me go for create a resource. So here your marketplace is present. You can go and search for any kind of services that is presented, and you can have all of them to be created. I would like to go with the marketplace from this area as well. Service in the marketplace, not only the Microsoft oriented service, but the services that can be deployed in the Azure, whether it is oriented by Microsoft or any of the third party service provider. You can search for all kind of services to be presented in this area. You can see we are having that services relatively for compute. There are 2,799 different services. Some of them opt actually installed by the Microsoft, some of them hosted by the different services like Canonical, Red Hat, Elastic, Almond Linux, and so same way you guys can go and opt for different kind of resources to be presented and the other things in here. Apart from this area, if I'll move it and talk about, so we are having a pricing calculator, a kind of a tool available that will help me to predict how much of billing is it going to be done whenever we are going to opt a service in here. So you can go and find the Azure pricing calculators on your side itself using this URL. Let me share the URL in the chat. And let me give you the example of that pricing calculator as well. So here, this is your Azure pricing calculator is present. In this area, you can go and select the product you wanted to utilize. Let's suppose I'm going to search for VM. So I'm adding the VM in my service. And here in the VM, I can decide what kind of VM am I going to create. I would like to go for creating the VM in the East US location. I'm going to select the Windows machines to be deployed in the OS based on the standard tier. Categories should be my all, instance series should be nothing. I would like to go with the 14 gig of RAM and 135 gig of temporary storage with the VMs. And I wanted to run a 100 virtual machines right away in the cloud for approximately of 730 hours. That means for a whole month. So with the whole month, I need to pay how much of amount? It is $24,090. What if I would like to go with the 1 year savings plan or the reserved plan itself? So you can go for having that kind of plans to be selected. Let me do one thing then. I would like to go with the Azure hybrid benefit first of all. So in the Azure hybrid benefit, it will going to give me the $18,250 sort of amount only. Same way with the reserved benefit, you will get a different sets of benefits also. So this is how the things are working in the area, and you can have a proper look how much of amount you need to pay for that much of instance for running that much of hours. I would like to go with the hours called maybe on a daily basis. I wanted to use the machines for 8 hours only, and for 30 days it is going to be my 240 hours. So I'm selecting it for the 240 hours with the Azure hybrid benefit, and I need to pay only $6,000 per month to utilize these machines. And inside a month, I will be able to utilize my VMs for 240 hours continuously. And all the machines will going to have a 14 gig of RAM and 2 virtual core of CPUs. So this is how you can go for having the proper estimated to be created for a different resources you guys are opting for a cloud services. Apart from this, if I'll talk about, so we are also having another calculator called total cost of ownership. So it is also another calculator that will help me to get the proper calculation to be done for a kind of a migration. Let's suppose I'll say that I wanted to migrate my whole environment. And inside my current environment, I'm using 5 different servers that are running on the Windows machines, 2 storage servers having the 100 TB of data storage capacity to be available, and the same way. So for calculating that much of amount, like if you are properly migrating whole data center to the cloud, so the TCO calculator will going to help me to get the information how much of amount you guys are going to save if you are going to utilize the same services in your cloud as well as in your on-premises area. So it will tell you the whole difference of it. Let me show you the whole difference for the same as well. So here my total cost ownership is associated. Let me go and have a look. So I'm going to define the workloads. I would like to say for adding the one server, which is going to be work on a Windows server basis. It's going to be a physical server on a Windows machine and the data center version. I'm having how many servers? I would say the 10 servers I'm having on a high note. And the processor per server I'm having is 6 processors per server, or a maximum up to 4. Maybe how much of cores? So 4 cores. RAM should be available as 64 gig for each and every server, optimized by CPU. And database, we are having one database server as well. Database server is a SQL server I'm using with the same configuration. I'm not going to change anything in here. In the storage sections, I'm having one of the storage account, a blob storage account I'm having with the capacity of 100% accessibility. I'm using the capacity of 10 TB or maybe the 100 TB of data. I'm backing up the 10 TB of data. I'm archiving the 10 TB of data in that server. So this is my capacity of my workload. I'm using a bandwidth in my current data center as a 10 gig of bandwidth in my East US location. So this is my estimate which I'm having. In my current data center, I'm having that much of servers are already installed. Let me go with the next. In the adjustments, you can go and define, do you guys are working with the GRS concepts, virtual machines cost, and so if yes, you can go and define what is the electricity cost you guys are having, what is the storage cost you guys are paying right away, and the other consumptions like software cost, hardware cost, database cost, and so. Once you are estimating each and everything, it will going to give you the proper report that if you are using the same kind of servers in your physical data center or in your cloud, so what is going to be the difference amount of money that can be saved while working with the cloud services in the next 5 years. So it is saying that over the 5 years, you can actually save up to 5,031 $531, or maybe sorry, 531 $495 in the next 5 years. If you are using this one on a on-premises area, so that much of amount you need to invest while working with the investment, with the maintenance, and so. And if you are opting for a cloud service, so over there you need to pay that much of amount. So this is the difference between both of them. So the TCO calculator is going to be a tool that will help me to understand the difference between the costing of running my whole workload in the data center as well as in the cloud. So this is why we are using this TCO calculator tool as well whenever we wanted to get the proper estimate. Now, the next thing we are having in line is talking about the cost management. So whenever you guys are working with the proper account, let's suppose I'm going to make myself log in with another account so that I can show you one thing. So in each and every account, we would like to have a kind of subscriptions available. And inside the subscriptions, we can estimate our cost. So let me go and make a sign in. Okay. Just give me a sec, guys. Okay, so my code is 4261531. Let me verify it. No thanks. So whenever you guys are having a proper Azure account available, and within the Azure account, if you guys wanted to go and have a proper access to be available to check how much of amount you guys have paid already, how much of amount is remaining, and how can you start measuring all those things. So we have a pre-built tool available inside the subscriptions. Like if you go for the subscription area, you can open your subscriptions, and under the subscriptions, you will find this tool called cost management. Under the cost management, it will going to give you the option here about the cost analysis. Here, it is going to give you the proper analysis about the services that are running on your side. And based on that services, how much of amount you are spending in the last 3 months, 5 months, and so. So you can get the estimate from here. You can also go and have a look about the cost alerts. So right now you can see the actual cost is 402 rupees itself. However, the forecast is we are going to use approximately of 4,275 rupees in this upcoming month on an overall basis. And you can also see for which of the service, how much of amount we need to pay. So here, every estimate is going to be present already. So you can have a look about them and plan your investment accordingly. You can also go for creating some sort of cost alerts. Like, let's suppose I'm saying that I'm using one of the web app in this area, and within the web app, I would say whenever our uses of the web app will going to increase after $100 in a month, I wanted to get the notification. Or we also wanted to stop that service so that it will not going to generate another billing more than $100. So in the cost alert section, we can go for creating the alert area, and in the budget sections, we can define a budget that for that specific service, we need to go for $100 to be utilized. After that, the service needs to be stopped. So these are the things we can manage from the subscription area under this tool called cost management. Moving forward to that, we are having the tags concept. So the tag is going to be the way for defining a kind of collectively thing. Like I am saying that in my company, I'm using the Azure account, and I wanted to identify that which of my department users are spending how much of amount from my subscription. So by default, there is not any other way. Either I need to go for the resource groups, but still I can group the resources, but I cannot define which resource has utilized how much of amount in the billing. So for identifying these kind of things, we can opt for the tags. We can add the tags with all the resources we are creating, either with the department name, with their department ID, with their billing cycle, and so. And based on that, in the billing area, we can filter the data, and based on filtering my data, I can easily go and see that department called marketing utilize the virtual machine services for approximately of $50 in a month. So this is how you can actually get identified the things in a very easy note using the tag section. And it is not going to be applicable only for tags relatively for a billing, but also to identify the resource which is belongs to which of the department, to which of the user, for which purpose we have created. So it depends which specific option we need to use on which kind of scenario. If I'll talk about the governance and compliance, so in the Microsoft Azure portal, Microsoft is offering a different services like blueprints, key vaults, and the other things to proper govern your environment. What is Azure Blueprint? Azure Blueprint is a kind of an architectural diagram of your current environment. Like I am saying that I'm having this account created, shivam.gtech@outlook.com. Okay. In this account, I'm having some resource with myself. I'm having some data to be available. I'm having some policies to be available. What if I would like to create a same kind of tenant in another account itself? So there are two ways to do it. Either I will create that tenant and then I will start using the same policies, same account, same apps to be created over there again and again by step, or else we can opt for Azure Blueprint. In the Azure Blueprint, from this account, I can get the whole blueprint, the whole architectural diagram, where my all the resource ARM are going to be calculated, where policies are going to be present, where resources are going to be present, and each and everything. And using the same blueprint, I can deploy another tenant with the same configuration. So over to that new environment, the roles are going to be associated with the respective users, whatever it is present in this account, the same kind of roles are available over there. Same kind of policies are going to be applied, same kind of resources are going to be configured with the same configuration, and so. So that is how what Azure Blueprint is able to do. So it will able to create me a whole environment in a new tenant using my existing one. Same way we are having some Azure policy. Azure policy is a thing which will help us to restrict my user to perform any kind of unwanted task in the list. So let's suppose I'm saying in my environment, I would like to deny my user to create a resource in the East US location. So I can create a Azure policy by defining a deny a location. I can define the location over there called East US, and then whenever a user will try to create a resource, he will get a specific kind of a error. He or she will get an error that this location is denied by your administrator. You can't create the resource here. So whatever the custom message we are defining, that kind of custom message can also be printed or also can be popped up, and accordingly it is going to deny. So whenever you wanted to restrict the user, utilize the Azure policy in there. Next one is resource lock. So the resource lock is something which you guys are going to utilize for preventing your account with the accidental deletion. Let's suppose I'm saying that you guys have created some sort of resource group or the resources. Like in this area, we have created a resource group called AZ-900, right? In the AZ-900, I would say, let me go to resource group. We are having this AZ-900 resource group available. Here, if I'll go and try to delete this resource group, it can be deleted here because I haven't implemented any kind of lock. What if I would say I wanted to implement a lock here, and once I'm going to implement a lock, the resource cannot be deleted. Okay, so what I'm going to do is for associating this lock, I can open my resource over to which I wanted to add this lock. Then I need to go for the locks area under the settings, and then I need to go for adding a new lock. I need to provide a lock name. Then is it going to be the read only? Is it going to be for the delete? If you guys are selecting for the delete, that means in this resource group, none of the person can able to delete the resources, but they can create a resource. They can edit the resource which is already present. If you guys are working with the read only, then in that situation, none of the person will be able to make any kind of changes in this resource group. They will only be able to access the resources which is already present. So you can decide a kind of a resource group you wanted to create. Let me go and select the delete option, hit on the OK button now. So here my lock has been initialized. Once the lock has been initialized, let's try to delete this resource group now. So this time it will give me an error. Let me try to delete it. So here you can see it is giving me an error that the resource group AZ-900 is logged and can't be deleted. So this is how your resource lock is going to be work in a proper manner on a governance note. Then after, if I'll talk about the service trust portal. So most of the time we always worry about how much of trust we can do with the Microsoft. We can do the trust upon the Microsoft about being my data privacy or my data security. So Microsoft has having their own service trust portal. You can come up here. You can read out the reports about the audits that has been doing on a regular basis in the Microsoft's area. And based on that report, decide yourselves whether you guys are trusting the Microsofts or not. So Microsoft always going to publish all kind of reports about the audits that is being done till now from any of the organizations in here. So you can come up here to the service trust portal. In the service trust portal, the URL is servicetrust.microsoft.com. Let me share it. And here you can see the certifications that has been organized by the ISO, SOC, GDPR compliance, FedRAMP, PCI compliance, CSS star, Australia IRP, Singapore MCTS, and same way. You can get the reports, white papers, and the artifacts as well to read out about the same thing. And here you can find each and every report. And based on that, you can decide yourselves whether is it a Microsoft a trusted brand or not. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about another thing about management and deployment option. So in the Microsoft, we are in the Azure area, we are having the 4 different way of deployment options. Whether we are going to deploy the services using the Azure portal, the same way am I doing till now, using the GUI method, Other than that, you guys can go for working with the PowerShell, working with the Cloud Shell, as well as the CLI interface. So let me show you the environment for them. For accessing the PowerShell or Bash Shell environment, you need to go with the shell.azure.com environment once, and then it is going to open you the Bash Shell and the PowerShell environment. Let me go with the Bash Shell right away. Let me go for creating the storage. So for the first time, it will going to ask you to go for having the storage account to be created where your commands are going to be reside, so that commands can be run in the backend. And once it is going to be done, you will be able to access it. Till now, let's talk about the Azure CLI. So I'm going to open my CMD environment on my side. Let me run that CMD as an administrator. So because I have already initialized the Azure CLI tool, so Azure CLI tool is going to be always accessible by your CMD portal. Here you can go for making a yourself login using a command called AZ login. Then it is going to ask you to log in your environment. Let me go with the Microsoft Edge right away. And this time I wanted to go with another login called Shivam AZ-900 @outlook.com. Let me hit on next. Let me provide the password. And once the login is going to be successfully completed, you will be able to perform any kind of task from this desktop window. So here you can see that I'm opening my CMD environment of my current machine, and using that CMD environment, I can manage each and everything in here. So this is how the Azure CLI will work. And here you can see on the cloud-based, on the web browser-based, I will be able to open the PowerShell environment. Same way you will be able to switch yourself to the Bash environment. So it's always going to be depend the person of whatever the user we are having. If the user is more proficient with the PowerShell, he can work with the PowerShell window. If he is more proficient with the Linux environment, he can go and work with the Bash shell. So these are the different ways we are having of managing all the resources in the Azure side. Apart from this, we are having another tool called Azure Arc. So what is the Azure Arc? Azure Arc is a service of connecting your on-premises servers to the cloud directly. It will going to give you the gateway, a kind of a integration tool that will help you to manage your on-premises resources from the cloud. Using the Azure Arc scripts, you can directly connect your physical servers to the cloud, and then you can create the policies from the cloud portal. You can create the data policies, the data privacy policies, and so, and all of them are going to be applied to your physical machines itself. Apart from this, you can also go for opting as the Azure Resource Manager. Azure Resource Manager is a kind of a template which will going to have a JSON coding presents. Like if I'll show you the same thing in here, let me go with the resources. I'm going to open my virtual machine, which I'm having. So for each and every resources in the backend, there is always going to run a kind of a JSON script. So if I'll go and click on the one option here called in the export template area. So you can see this is a template we are having, and this template is known as the ARM template, where all the JSON coding is already written. So the same way you can create your own templates, and based on that templates, you can deploy your resources using any of either tools like Portal, PowerShell, CLI, and REST client itself in your Azure area. So you need to create a ARM template using that coding, and then use any of the clients to deploy that resources. Moving forward to that, in the ARM templates, there are different sets of options are going to be available, like declarative sentence, repeatable results, orchestrations, modular file, built-in validation, exportable codes, and so. So here you can see the resources which is written, you can see the parameters which has been added in there. So everything is going to be present in the ARM section. If I'll talk about the monitoring tools, so the very first monitoring tools we are having in the Azure is known as the Azure Advisor. So what is the Azure Advisor? Azure Advisor is a pre-built tool in your subscription area that will help you to identify how much of resources it is present in the cloud. And for that much of cloud environment, which resources you guys are not using from the last 30 days or the 20 days. And based on that, it will give you some recommendation that you need to discontinue this resource. This will going to help you to in a cost saving. Maybe maybe use this service instead of the previous one to get a better costing scenario. So Azure Advisor will always going to give you this kind of advice for reliability, for security, for performance, for costing, and for operational excellence, using the Microsoft's machine learning concepts. Next service we are having is Azure Service Health. Azure Service Health is a tool that will help you to identify a kind of a downtimes that is present of towards any of the service of the Azure in any of the world. Let's suppose I'm saying that we have a Azure web app service that can be utilized in any of the region, whether it is East US, East US 2, Central India, South India, US Central North or something. Maybe I'll say that Microsoft is doing some updates in the East US region over to that service called web app. So in the Azure Service Health tool, you will be able to see that detail on a prior notice so that you can manage your resource accordingly. So you can shift your resource for some time to any other region instead of the previous one. And once the update is going to be done, you will again going to be utilize the same service in the current region. So these are the things can be seen in the service health area. Next one is Azure Monitor. So what is the Azure Monitor? Azure Monitor is also a monitoring tool that will help you to monitor the resources you guys are having, whether it's talking about their insights, their log analytics, their alerts to be created, automated actions to be taken, or the dashboards to be created. So you can opt for this service to have a kind of a monitoring to be done. So that was something we were having in the third module of this course called AZ-900. If you guys are having any kind of queries relatively for the whole course, you guys can put up your questions in the chat. Okay, so I guess everyone is good now. So that's all the things which we have planned for this session from our side. And thank you very much, guys, for joining this session here. I hope this session is going to be knowledgeable to all of you. And might be you guys will going to use some of the services later on as well in your life. So thank you very much, guys. Here. Surely, Arundhati, let me confirm you from where you guys can access the recordings. So you just need to go and visit to a website called gtechlearn.com/webinars.aspx. This is the URL. Let me share the same URL in the link as well to everyone. And in this URL area, you can come up to the latest URL, what we are already planning for the future. Apart from this, if you guys are wanted to see any kind of previous events, what we have already done, you can come up to the events and webinars. You can go to the past events area. Under the past events area, whatever the events that has been already delivered by us, you can go and see their recordings from here. Just need to click on the watch now button and you will be able to see them directly. Okay, guys. So thank you everyone once again for joining this session here. I hope you guys enjoyed this session. So now we're going to close this session as of now. And if anyone has query, just put it up quickly in the chat so that I can, there.